Welcome to Sleepy Love Tales, soothing romance for a restful night. If these stories help you unwind, be sure to subscribe. For now, close your eyes and let's begin tonight's story, where the Cottonwoods sing. The Whitaker farm sat in a hollow of soft Pennsylvania hills, where the maples leaned close to the road and the orchards grew thick along the southern slope. From the kitchen door a person could see almost nothing of the world beyond. Only stone walls, the slant of pasture, the crowns of trees that had stood there longer than the Republic. It was a tender country, dense and green, and to Abigail Whitaker it had always felt a little like being held too tightly by a well-meaning hand. She was 21 the spring her father announced they would go west, and she remembered, afterward, exactly where she'd been standing when he said it. She'd been at the woodpile, splitting kindling with a small axe, sleeves shoved past her elbows, her dark hair cut short enough that it fell forward into her eyes when she swung. Her mother had called her 3 times to come in for supper, and 3 times she'd pretended not to hear. The mountains beyond the meadow were already turning blue in the dusk, and she'd been looking at them the way other young women looked at lockets. When her father came out to fetch her himself, he did not scold. He stood for a long moment with his hands in his coat pockets and the lamplight from the kitchen behind him, and at last he said, very simply, "Abby, we're going to Oregon." She set the axe down. She did not trust her voice for several seconds. The cicadas were beginning in the orchard, and somewhere a barn owl called once, low and round. She turned to him and said, "When?" "April, as soon as the road's dry." He was waiting, she understood, for her to weep, or to protest, or to ask after the farm, or after her mother's china, or after the graves in the churchyard where her 2 infant brothers slept beneath identical stones. She did none of those things. She walked past him into the kitchen and sat down at the table and put her hands flat against the wood to keep them from trembling, because she was afraid that if she spoke at all, she would say what she truly felt, which was thank God, and her mother would never forgive her. That night she lay awake under the eaves, listening to the house settle, and for the first time since she'd been a small child, climbing trees to see over the hills, she felt the long, slow, terrible quiet of the farm crack open like ice on a pond in spring. Somewhere out beyond the orchard, somewhere past the ridge, the country went on and on. She had always known it. She had simply never been allowed to go and see. They joined the train at Independence in the last week of April, and within a fortnight she had begun to understand that her life until then had been a small, careful sketch, and that the West was the full canvas, broad and unfinished and trembling with colour. The plains were a thing the eye could not contain. The grass rolled like a slow green sea, and the wind moved through it in long visible currents, and at evening the sun fell so red and so vast that the wagons cast shadows a 1/4 mile long behind them. There were herds of antelope that came at a flash and were gone, and rivers the colour of weak coffee, and afternoons when the thunderheads piled themselves up the prairie like the towers of a city that had no walls. Abby drove the second wagon. She had asked for the work plainly the 3rd morning out, when one of the Howell boys took fever, and the wagon master, a lean Missourian named Calloway, who had crossed the plains 4 times before, had looked at her once, at her cropped hair, at her father's cut-down trousers cinched at her waist with a length of cord, at her hands which were already harder than most men's, and said only, "Don't sulk the team. They know." She did not sulk them. By the 3rd week the oxen would lift their heads when she came to harness in the dark, and she found that she loved them, loved the great patient warm bulk of them, loved the smell of their breath in the cold morning, loved even the splintered wood of the yoke and the way it warmed beneath her palms. Her mother watched all this with a kind of strained, sorrowful patience. Margaret Whitaker had not wanted to come west. She had wept the morning they left the farm, had wept again at the crossing of the Ohio, and after that had bound up her grief and put it away with the linen and become, by force of will, a serviceable trail woman. She baked over coals and mended what could not be replaced and did not complain, but sometimes in the evenings Abby caught her looking at her brown forearms, at her sun-cracked lips, at the easy way she swung herself into the saddle, with an expression that was not anger, but something far harder to bear, a sort of bewildered grief, as though she were watching a daughter she had never been given the chance to know. Once, in Nebraska, beside a creek where the cottonwoods first began to appear in scattered groves, her mother had come and sat beside her at the fire and said quite suddenly, "When I was a girl I wanted to see the ocean." Abby had looked at her. "Did you, Mother?" "I never told anyone. I thought of it for years." She was looking into the fire, her hands folded loosely. "Your father is a good man. There was no ocean to be had. After a while I stopped wanting it. I do not regret it." She had said this last part very firmly, as though daring her own heart to contradict her. Then she had looked at Abby and her face had softened into something almost like a smile. "I do not want you to stop wanting things, child. I only want you to live." Abby had not known what to say to that. She had reached out and taken her mother's hand, and they had sat together in silence while the fire snapped, and overhead the cottonwood leaves had made their small, dry, ceaseless whispering, a sound she had not yet learned to listen for, though it was already speaking to her. They were 3 weeks into the Wyoming territory when the storm came. It built up through a long, breathless afternoon, the kind of sky that turned the grass the wrong colour and made the horses skittish in their picket lines. By 4 o'clock the wagons had circled in a shallow bowl of land between 2 ridges, and the men were lashing canvas down with double cord, and the children had been gathered up and stowed beneath the wagon beds with the dogs. The wagon master rode the line, shouting that the loose stock must be brought in, every head, no exceptions, and Abby's father, who had ridden out at dawn to look for a better ford on the river ahead, had not yet returned. The first lightning struck a cottonwood not 200 yards from camp, and split it lengthwise from crown to root, with a sound like the breaking of the world. The horses at the south picket reared as one creature and broke and were gone, 6 of them at least, including her father's good bay and the chestnut mare that had been hers since Pennsylvania. She did not stop to think. She caught the nearest saddled horse, a tough buckskin belonging to one of the Howell boys, swung up bareback with the reins still tangled, and was through the gap in the circle before her mother's voice could reach her. The storm broke over her within a quarter mile. The rain came not in drops but in slate-grey sheets that beat the grass flat and turned the world to roaring water. She rode bent low along the buckskin's neck, following the bruised path the loose horses had left through the wet grass, and the lightning came so often and so close that she stopped flinching. She was not afraid exactly. She had passed through fear into something colder and clearer. She thought once of her mother's face and pushed the thought away. She found 3 of the horses in a draw a mile out, drenched and trembling, and she got them haltered with bits of cord and her own torn neckerchief. But the chestnut was not among them, and she would not leave the chestnut. She rode on into a country she did not know, up over a low rise and down into a broader valley where the cottonwood stood in a great pale grove, along a river that was already running brown with the rain. The storm passed as suddenly as it had come. The clouds broke open in the west, and a long, low, astonishing light came pouring through, the colour of beaten copper, and lit the wet grove and the running river, and the steam rising from her horse's flanks. She sat in the saddle with rain still dripping from her hair, and felt her hands begin finally to shake. She had no idea where she was. The ridges all looked the same in this country. She had ridden, she thought, perhaps 4 miles from the train, perhaps 6. The sun would be down within the hour. She had a knife, a length of cord, 3 recovered horses, no food, no flint, and one wet woolen coat tied behind the saddle. She was sitting there in that copper light trying to think clearly when she heard another horse. He came out of the cottonwoods on a small spotted pony, riding loose and easy, and he stopped at the edge of the grove and looked at her across perhaps 50 yards of wet grass. He was tall in the saddle and very still. His hair was long and dark and bound at the nape with a strip of leather. He wore a hunting shirt of soft hide and trousers of dark cloth, and across his back was slung a rifle in a sheath of beaded leather. He looked, she thought afterward, exactly as though the valley itself had decided to put on a human shape and come down to see who was making such a noise in it. He raised one hand. She raised hers. He rode toward her at a walk, unhurried. When he was within 10 feet, he reined in and took her in slowly. The 3 horses she had gathered on their makeshift tethers, the soaked coat, the cropped dark hair plastered to her forehead. And then he saw that she was riding bareback. No saddle, no time for one. She'd come out into the storm on nothing but a bridle, and her own 2 legs gripping the horse's flanks, and she had brought back 3 head besides. He looked at her a moment longer than he had meant to. Then he looked at her face. "Are you lost?" he said. His English was unaccented and quiet. His voice was the voice of a man who did not need to be loud to be heard. She tried to speak and found that her throat had closed. She swallowed and tried again. "Entirely," she said. He smiled. It was a small smile, and it did not last long, but it changed his whole face, and she felt, absurdly, considering she was wet through and lost in a country she didn't know with the dark coming on, that she was for the first time that day completely safe. "Then you'd better come with me," he said. "There's a place out of the wind." His name was Tawa Red Elk. He told her this beside a small fire he built in the shelter of a sandstone overhang above the river, while she sat wrapped in a dry trade blanket he had taken from his saddle roll without ceremony and pressed into her hands as though it had always been hers. He told her his people had a summer camp half a day's ride to the north, that he'd been hunting alone since dawn, that he had seen the storm coming and turned for shelter when he heard her horses crashing through the grove. "You found the chestnut," she said. The mare was tied with the others under a juniper, head down, dozing in the way of horses that have decided the worst is past. "She found me." He was feeding small sticks into the fire one at a time, careful as a man tending something living. "She would not be caught. She walked beside me a mile. I think she was looking for you." "I doubt that very much." "Horses know," he said without looking up. "It is not a mystery." She watched him. He had a stillness she had never seen in any white man she'd known, not even her father, who was a quiet man. It was not the stillness of restraint. It was the stillness of a person who was not, at any moment, wishing to be anywhere else. He fed the fire, and the firelight caught in the planes of his face, and she thought, with a clarity that startled her, "I have never in my life looked at anyone and not felt them looking back, asking something of me. He is not asking anything." "You're not afraid," he said presently. "I was, a little, not now." "That is good." He glanced at her. His eyes were very dark and very direct, and there was something in them that was almost amusement, almost tenderness, though she did not yet know him well enough to name either. "Most women of your people, when they are lost in this country, weep." "Most women of my people," she said, "are not permitted to do anything else." He looked at her for a longer moment then. He did not speak. He turned back to the fire and laid on another stick. "What is your name?" he said. "Abigail Whitaker? Abby? Abby?" He said it the way a person tastes an unfamiliar word, not to judge it, only to know it. "Your wagons are perhaps 5 miles east of here. In the morning I will take you. Tonight it is too dark and the ground is too wet." "My mother," she began, "will be afraid." "Yes, There's nothing to be done for that until morning. The storm has taken the trail. We would not find them in the dark. She knew he was right. She thought of her mother standing at the wagon in the rain, looking out into the dark, and her chest ached with a sharp, clean ache. But she also thought, beneath the ache and almost in spite of it, I am here. I am sitting at a fire in a country I do not know with a man I do not know, and I'm not afraid. I've never in my life been so unafraid. They ate cold pemmican from his saddlebag and a handful of dried plums. He gave her the larger share without comment. The rain began again softly outside the overhang, and the river ran loud below them in the dark, and the cottonwoods along the bank rustled and rustled with the small ceaseless sound that she would later come to know, as well as her own heartbeat. "What is that sound?" she asked. "The leaves." He listened a moment as though he had not heard it in a long time and wished to hear it freshly for her sake. "The cottonwoods," he said. "They are never quiet. Even when there is no wind, they speak. My grandmother said they were telling each other where we are so that we are never alone in this country. That is beautiful." "It is also true," he said, and smiled again, that brief small smile, and she felt something inside her chest turn over like a stone in a stream and settle into a new place. The wagon train was 4 miles east, much as he had said. They reached it by mid-morning, the 3 recovered horses on lead, Abby riding the buckskin and Tawa riding a little ahead on the spotted pony to break the trail through the wet grass. Her mother came running before they were within hailing distance, skirts caught up in both hands, and Abby slid down and was caught in her arms hard enough to drive the breath out of her. "You foolish, foolish child," her mother was saying over and over into her hair. "You foolish child." Her father stood a little apart with his hat in his hands and waited until Margaret had wept herself out, and then he came and put one hand on Abby's shoulder and looked at Tawa, who had not dismounted. "I owe you my daughter's life," he said. Tawa shook his head once. She was not in danger. She had 3 horses gathered, and a fire would have started. "I only brought her home faster." "Even so." Her father took off his hat the rest of the way. "Samuel Whitaker, if you will eat with us tonight, you would do us honour." Tawa looked at Abby. It was a small look, half a second long, and she did not know what was in it, and could not have said what was in her own face when she met it. But her father saw something, because afterward, when he spoke to her of that morning, he spoke of it carefully. "I will eat," Tawa said. "Thank you." He came that night, and he came the next, and within a week the broken axle on the Howells wagon, and the fever that had taken 3 of the children, had decided the question for everyone. They were going nowhere for a time. The wagon master Calloway, who knew the country, said they would camp in the valley 4 weeks at least, perhaps 6. They moved the wagons 2 miles upriver to a meadow with good grass and good water, and a long grove of cottonwoods at its western edge, and there they settled, and there Abby began, without quite knowing she was doing it, to make the great change of her life. She found reasons to wander. She gathered berries that she did not need. She rode out to scout grass for the oxen. She walked along the river at dusk with a basket on her arm as though looking for greens. Tawa, for his part, had business that brought him often to the camp. A brace of antelope to trade, a deer hide, a haunch of fresh elk for the sick children. He sat with her father at the fire and spoke quietly of the country to the west, of the passes and the rivers and what the winter would do to the trail, and her father listened the way men listen to those they have begun to trust. But it was beneath the cottonwoods that they truly met. In the long blue afternoons when the camp was at its work and no one missed her for an hour, she would walk to the grove and find him there, or find that he came soon after, and they would sit on the warm earth in the shifting green light, and the leaves would speak above them, and she would learn, slowly, what it was to be in the company of a person who required nothing of her. He taught her to read the clouds, the high feathered ones that meant fair weather 2 days off, the flat-bottomed towers that meant hail by evening. He showed her the small grey-green leaves of a plant that drew the heat from a burn, and the bark of a willow that would quiet a fever. He taught her how to walk so that the grass did not betray her, and how to sit so still that a doe would come down to the river within 10 feet of where she sat and never know. She gave him in return the only thing she had. She told him about Pennsylvania, about the maples turning red in October, about the smell of cider pressing, about the long blue snow on the hills at Christmas. She told him about the apple tree behind her father's barn where she had read every book she owned, and about her grandmother who had taught her to sing in a high quavering soprano in the parlour on Sunday evenings. She told him about climbing to the top of the tallest pine on the ridge at 12 years old to see if the ocean was visible. It was not. And about her mother below shouting that she would break her neck and disgrace them all, and about her father standing beside her mother saying nothing, but laughing into his hand. Tawa listened to all of this with the deep, attentive stillness that was his great gift. He laughed sometimes, a low, surprised laugh, as though laughter had taken him by the elbow. He asked questions. He remembered everything. A week after she'd mentioned, in passing, that her grandmother used to sing an old hymn called Wayfaring Stranger, he asked her one evening if she would sing it for him, and she did, sitting on a fallen cottonwood log with her hands in her lap. And when she finished, he was quiet for a long time and then said only, "That is a song my people would understand." One afternoon she said to him, without planning it, "I have spent my whole life trying to be the sort of woman everyone expected." He was sharpening a knife on a small whetstone. He didn't stop. He said, "And did it make you happy?" "No." He set the knife down and looked at her then, and the leaves above them moved in a long ripple of sound, and she thought he would not answer, and then he said, "Then perhaps they expected the wrong woman." She didn't weep. She wanted to. She looked away into the grove, into the long green corridors of shifting light, and she felt something old and tight inside her loosen all at once, the way a knot will give that one has been working at for years, and she sat very still so that he would not see her face. After a long time she said, "Tawa." "Yes." "Thank you." He nodded once. He didn't ask for what. He picked up the knife again. The first frost came in the second week of September, silvering the grass at dawn and putting a sharp, clean edge on the air, and they both felt it for what it was. The axle was repaired. The fever had passed. The children were thin and bright-eyed and running again. The wagon master spoke of moving within 10 days, 14 at most, while the passes were still open. Around the fires at night the talk was of Oregon, of the valleys near the Willamette, of the timber, of the land that could be had for the asking, of the new life that was waiting for those with the courage to claim it. Abby walked through these conversations as through a fog. She did her work. She harnessed the oxen at dawn for practice runs, and helped her mother salt the last of the antelope, and mended the canvas of the wagon where the storm had torn it. She smiled when she was spoken to, but something in her had gone very quiet, and her father, who saw more than he ever said, watched her with a worried, slow attention, and did not speak of it. Her mother spoke of it. Of course her mother spoke of it. "Abby," she said one evening when they were alone at the fire and the men were down at the river watering the stock. "Abby, look at me." Abby looked at her. "You are not happy." "I am tired, Mother." "You have been tired for 3 weeks. You're not tired. You're sick at heart." Abby did not answer. Her mother sat down beside her and was silent for a long time. The fire crackled. Somewhere a child laughed and was hushed. At last Margaret said in a voice that was very low and very even, and not at all the voice of the woman who had wept at the Ohio crossing, "Is it the Indian?" Abby's whole body went still. "Don't," she said. "I am not asking to wound you. I am asking because I'm your mother and I see you." "His name," Abby said slowly, is Tawa. Tawa, yes. Margaret was looking into the fire. Her hands were very calm in her lap. He's a fine man, Abby. I have eyes. Your father has eyes. We are not fools. Abby could not speak. But the world is what it is, her mother went on, still in that low, even voice. And there is no place in it that I can see for the life you would have to make, not in Oregon, not in his country, not anywhere I know of. You would be a stranger in both worlds for the rest of your days. I've been a stranger in one world for all of my days already, Abby said. The words were out before she could stop them, and they were quieter than she had meant them to be, and far more terrible. Her mother flinched. It was a small movement, no more than the shift of a candle in a draught, but Abby saw it and was sorry, and did not take the words back. For a long while neither of them spoke. The fire burned down and Margaret leaned forward and laid another stick on it carefully. I wanted to see the ocean, she said at last. I told you that. I want you to remember that I told you that. She turned and looked at Abby, and her eyes in the firelight were bright and dry and very tired. I am not asking you to be like me, child. I am asking you to be sure. Abby could not answer. She reached for her mother's hand and held it, and her mother held hers back, and they sat that way for a long time while the cottonwoods at the edge of the meadow whispered in the dark. She went to the river the next afternoon, and Tawa was there before her, sitting on the flat stone where they had sat so often, and she knew the moment she saw him that he too had been counting days. She sat down beside him. Neither spoke for a long time. The river ran quick and clear at their feet, and the cottonwoods overhead were already going yellow at the tips, a pale gold that caught the afternoon light like beaten metal. "Do you ever wish," she said at last, "that you'd been born somewhere else?" He took a long time to answer. He was watching the water. "No," he said, "even now. Especially now. Why?" He turned and looked at her then, fully, in that grave and undefended way of his, and she felt as she always felt under that look, that she was being neither studied nor judged, only met. "Because this is where I learned who I am," he said. She felt the tears come and did not stop them. She let them slide down her face and into the collar of her shirt, and she did not look away from him, and he did not look away from her, and the river ran on between the stones. "I have only begun to learn," she said. "I know. I learned here. I know that too. Tawa." His name in her mouth was a thing she had said 100 times now, and yet it still surprised her, as though each time were the first. "Tawa, what am I to do?" He didn't answer for a long time. The wind moved up the river and the leaves above them sang their small, ceaseless song, and she watched him, and saw at last what she had not let herself see before, that he was as afraid as she was, that he had been afraid since the first night in the overhang, that he had been holding himself still all summer, the way a man holds himself still in deep water, so as not to be swept under. "I cannot tell you," he said. His voice was very low. "I will not tell you. I have seen too many things in my life decided for people who should have been allowed to decide them. I will not be one more man who decides for you. Tawa, listen." He turned to her. He took her hand. It was the first time he had touched her, except once in courtesy to help her down from a saddle, and his hand was warm and dry and steady, and she felt the calluses on his palm and the strength held carefully back. "Listen to me, Abby. I love you. I have loved you since the night you sat at my fire and said you were lost entirely. I will love you whether you go or whether you stay. That is not your burden to carry. Do you understand me?" She could not speak. She nodded. "If you go," he said, "I will not follow. I will not write you letters that cannot reach you. I will not come to Oregon and stand at the edge of your husband's field. I will go on. I will be in this country. I will think of you when the leaves turn. That is what I will do. And if I stay?" He looked at her for a long moment. The wind moved his hair across his face, and he did not put it back. "If you stay," he said, "then I will spend my life being grateful that you chose." She leaned forward then, and he met her, and they kissed once, slowly, at the river's edge, with the cold, clear water running past their feet, and the cottonwoods turning gold above them, and it was not the beginning of anything. It was the recognition of something that had begun a long time before either of them had been ready to name it. When they drew apart, she was crying again, and so she saw with astonishment was he, only a little, only at the corners of his eyes, but he was, and the sight of it broke something in her and remade it in the same instant. "The river goes where it must," he said. "I know. But sometimes—" He stopped. He didn't finish. She finished it for him in a whisper. "But sometimes it discovers it has already arrived." He closed his eyes. He pressed her hand against his chest, hard, and held it there, and the cottonwoods sang above them, and the sun went slowly down behind the western ridge. The wagons rolled at first light on a clear cold morning in the last week of September, and the whole valley was yellow with the cottonwoods, and the breath of the oxen rose in long white plumes in the still air. Abby stood beside the chestnut mare. She was dressed in her trail clothes, her father's cut-down trousers and her own worn boots, and the heavy wool coat her mother had sewn for her in Pennsylvania a lifetime ago. Her pack was tied behind the saddle. Her rifle was in its scabbard. In the pocket over her heart was the small carved bird that Tawa had pressed into her hand the night before. A cottonwood bird, no bigger than her thumb, its wings folded, its small head turned as though listening. Her father came first. He did not speak. He put both his hands on her shoulders and looked at her for a long time, and then he drew her in and held her against his chest the way he had held her when she was a small child afraid of thunder, and she felt his shoulders shake once, and then he set her back from him and cleared his throat and said, "You will write, when you can, by any hand that travels east." "I will, Papa." "You're not lost to us." "No, Papa." "Say it." "I am not lost to you." He nodded. He put his hat back on. He turned and walked to the wagon without looking back, and she understood that this was a kindness, that he was sparing them both. Her younger sister Ruth came next, 16 and red-eyed, and threw her arms around Abby's neck and wept without dignity for a long minute, and Abby held her and stroked her hair, and said all the small, foolish, loving things one says, and at last Ruth drew back and looked at her with a face suddenly older than it had been a moment before. "I think you are very brave," Ruth said. "I am not brave. I am only certain." "That is the same thing, I think." Ruth wiped her eyes with the heel of her hand. "I will tell them in Oregon that I had a sister who was very brave. I will tell my children." Abby could not answer. She kissed her sister on the forehead and let her go. Her mother came last. Margaret Whitaker walked the 20 yards from the wagon, as a woman walks who has decided in advance that she will not weep, and when she reached Abby she stopped a pace away and looked at her, with that bright, dry, exhausted look that Abby had seen at the fire, and she said, very low, "I don't understand you, Abby. I have tried. I do not." "I know, Mother. I do not understand what you want. I do not understand what you are choosing. I cannot see the shape of the life you're walking into, and it terrifies me." "I know." Margaret reached up and put her hand against Abby's cheek. Her palm was cold. Her eyes searched her daughter's face as though looking for some last familiar thing. "But I think perhaps," she said very slowly, "that you have always understood yourself, and I think perhaps that is more than most of us are given. And I think, God help me, child, I think I would rather have a daughter I do not understand than a daughter I have broken into a shape I do." Abby's face crumpled. Her mother caught her and held her, hard, and they stood that way in the yellow dust with the cottonwood leaves trembling overhead. and Margaret whispered into her hair, "Be loved, Abigail. Be loved. That is all. That is all I ever wanted for you. Be loved." "I am, Mother. I am." "Then God bless you. God bless you, child. God bless you both." She let her go. She turned. She walked back to the wagon with her head up and did not look behind her, and Samuel Whitaker handed her up to the seat and took up the reins, and the wagon master Calloway called the order down the line, and the long train of wagons began, with a great creaking and lowing and chiming of harness, to roll westward through the yellow grass. Abby stood beside the chestnut and watched them go. She watched until the last wagon was a small white shape against the long brown slope of the western ridge, and then a smaller shape, and then a glimmer, and then only the dust hanging in the cold, still air above the trail. She watched until her sister's small waving hand was no longer visible. She watched until her mother's straight back was no longer visible. She watched until there was nothing to watch but the country itself. Then she turned around. He was standing at the edge of the cottonwood grove, perhaps 100 yards behind her, exactly where he had said he would be. He had not come closer. He had let her have her family alone. He stood with his hands at his sides and the wind moving his long hair, and the great gold wall of the cottonwoods behind him, and he was waiting. She did not run. He did not run. She walked to him through the trembling yellow light, leading the chestnut by the rein, and the dry leaves whispered overhead and underfoot, and the small carved bird in her pocket lay warm against her heart, and when she reached him she stopped a single pace away and looked up into his face and saw there, at last, what he had been holding back all summer, the hope, the open undefended hope, the hope of a man who had taught himself for years not to hope at all. She let the rein fall. She put her hands flat against his chest. She felt his heart beating under her palms, quick and hard, like a thing that had been running a long way. "Tawa," she said. He could not speak. He put his hands over hers and held them there. "I am not lost," she said. "I am here. I am here. Do you hear me?" He bent his forehead to hers. He closed his eyes. She felt the long shudder go through him, the shudder of a man finally setting down a weight he had not known he was carrying, and then his arms came around her, slow and certain, and gathered her in. The cottonwoods sang above them. The wagons went on into the west and were gone. The dust settled. The sun climbed the cold blue sky. She did not look back. 3 autumns later, on an evening when the light came long and slanting through the valley and turned the river to copper, Abigail Red Elk sat on the step of the small cabin she and Tawa had built, with their own hands at the western edge of the cottonwood grove, and watched the smoke from her chimney rise straight up into a sky that was already going purple in the east. She was 24 years old. Her hands were browner and harder than they had been on the trail. Her hair had grown out a little, not from any care for fashion, but only because she'd stopped cutting it, and it was braided now in a single dark plait that fell over her shoulder. She wore a dress of soft hide that her husband's mother had made for her with her own hands, and over it her father's old coat from Pennsylvania, which she had mended 4 times and would mend again, and which still smelled faintly, she sometimes thought, of the maple smoke of her mother's kitchen. A letter had come that morning, carried by a trader out of Fort Laramie, the 3rd letter in 3 years. Her sister Ruth was married to a wheelwright in the Willamette Valley and was expecting a child by Christmas. Her father's farm was prospering. Her mother had planted a rose against the south wall of the new house. A yellow one, Abby, the colour of the cottonwoods you wrote of, so that I might think of you when it blooms. The letter was folded in the pocket of her coat, and she had read it 4 times already, and would read it again before she slept. Tawa came up from the river with 2 trout on a willow stringer, and the long evening light behind him. He set the fish on the flat stone by the door and sat down beside her on the step without speaking, the way he had sat beside her 1,000 times now. and she leaned her head against his shoulder, and he put his arm around her, and they were quiet. The cottonwoods at the edge of the meadow moved in a long ripple of sound, the small, dry, ceaseless whispering that had welcomed her into this country on the night she'd been lost entirely, and that surrounded her now as the familiar speech of the place she'd chosen. "I had a letter," she said. "I know, I saw the trader. Mamma planted a yellow rose." He smiled. She felt it against her hair more than she saw it. "That is a good thing." "Yes." The sun went down behind the western ridge. The first stars came out. Somewhere up the valley a coyote called, and another answered, and the river ran on over its stones. She thought, as she sometimes thought, in these long, quiet evenings, of the girl she had been at 12, climbing the tallest pine on the Pennsylvania ridge to see whether the ocean was visible. She thought of the girl she'd been at 21, standing at the woodpile with the small axe in her hand while her father said, "We're going to Oregon." She thought of the girl she'd been on the last morning, standing beside the chestnut in the yellow dust, watching the wagons go. All of them had been looking for something. All of them had been looking for the place beyond the next ridge, the country past the horizon, the life that was not yet visible. And she had found, in the end, not what she'd been looking for, but what she had been looking with. She had found the eye that saw her. She had found the man who had said, then perhaps they expected the wrong woman, and meant it, and not asked anything more. She took the small carved cottonwood bird from her pocket. She carried it still, every day, after 3 years. The wood was darker now with the oil of her hand, and she turned it slowly in her fingers in the last of the light. "Tawa," she said. I am home." He didn't answer in words. He drew her in a little closer against his side, and he laid his cheek against the top of her head, and above them, in the great gold grove at the western edge of the meadow, the cottonwoods went on with their long, low, ceaseless singing, telling each other, as his grandmother had said, where they were, so that none of them would ever again be alone in this country. Still You. The dashboard clock read 3:27 a.m. when Ivy Monroe decided her life as she knew it was over. Not literally, of course, though the tabloids would certainly frame it that way. They'd splash her face across their covers tomorrow. Pop Princess melts down mid-concert. The video was probably already viral. Ivy Monroe, frozen centre stage at Portland's Moda Centre, staring blankly at 20,000 fans before dropping her microphone and walking off. No explanation, no apology, just gone. Her hands trembled on the steering wheel of her vintage Thunderbird convertible, the one purchase her management team had fought her on. Too recognisable, they'd said, too impractical. Perfect for someone escaping south down Highway 101 in the grey pre-dawn hours. "Breathe," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the wind and the rumble of the engine. When had she last driven herself anywhere? 3 years. 4. Her phone buzzed for the 47th time since she'd left. Delia, her manager, her friend, the only person who might actually be worried rather than just concerned about their investment. The only one who might understand that after 7 years, 3 world tours and 5 platinum albums, Ivy Monroe, the construct, the brand, the carefully calibrated machine, had finally crushed Olivia Jameson beneath its weight. The last text read, "Liv, please, just tell me you're safe." She typed back with one hand, "I need air, space, time. I'm okay. I promise." Then she silenced the phone and tossed it onto the passenger seat. The sky was beginning to lighten when the first sputters rattled through the car. The engine coughed, then whined, then died completely, leaving her coasting to a stop along a stretch of coastal highway, bordered by wind-gnarled pines on one side and the vast, indifferent Pacific on the other. "Perfect," she muttered, letting her forehead rest against the steering wheel. "Just perfect." 3 hours and 1 tow truck. Later, Ivy stood in the main street of Port Isabel, Oregon. Population 2,183 according to the weathered welcome sign. The mechanic, Walt, according to his oil-stained name patch, had delivered the news with apologetic resignation. Custom part, from Italy. 2 weeks, minimum. She'd nodded, numb. 2 weeks. Her tour had 18 dates left. Delia would be filing missing persons reports by nightfall. Any place to stay around here? She'd asked, adjusting her oversized sunglasses. Her hair was tucked under a baseball cap, her famous face bare of makeup and half hidden behind the dark lenses. No one had recognized her yet, a miracle that felt like taking a full breath after years of shallow ones. Walt had directed her to Greta's cafe, where she now stood in front of a corkboard cluttered with community notices. Most were faded and sun-bleached, but one caught her eye, a handwritten note on crisp cardstock. Room for rent, month to month, private bath, ocean view, no smokers, no drama. The no drama part made her smile grimly. If only they knew. She copied down the number and walked to the cafe counter. "Excuse me," she said to the silver-haired woman wiping down the espresso machine. "Could I use your phone? Mine's dead." The woman, Greta presumably, gave her an appraising look. "Sure, honey. Local call?" "Yes, about a room." 10 minutes later, she was sitting at a corner table with a mug of surprisingly excellent coffee when the bell above the door chimed. The man who walked in made several heads turn, not because he commanded attention, but because he seemed so completely at ease in his own skin that it was almost magnetic. Tall, with warm brown skin and close-cropped dark hair going silver at the temples, he wore paint-splattered jeans and a faded Henley pushed up to the elbows. His eyes found hers immediately. "You called about the room?" His voice was quiet, deeper than she had expected. She nodded. "Rowan?" "That's me." He didn't offer his hand, just tilted his head slightly. "You're not from around here?" It wasn't a question, but she answered anyway. "No, just passing through. Car trouble." She hesitated. "I'm Lee." Almost Liv. Close enough to her real name to feel honest, distant enough from Ivy Monroe to feel safe. If he found the single name strange, he didn't show it. "The room's nothing fancy. It's above my studio, separate entrance. I teach during the day, so I'm not around much." "You're a teacher? Art? High school?" He shifted, a flicker of something crossing his face. Wariness, perhaps. "Look, I should be up front. I'm not renting for the money. I'm renting because this town gossips, and having someone staying in my guest room shuts down speculation about the poor widower who can't move on." The blunt honesty stunned her. When was the last time someone had spoken to her without calculation? "I don't gossip," she said finally, "and I mind my own business." Something in his expression softened minutely. "Good. That's good." He glanced at his watch. "I need to get back for 5th period. If you want to see the place, I can show you after school. Around 4? She nodded, and he wrote an address on a napkin. "The key's under the blue pot if you get there before me. Look around, see if it works for you. If not, no hard feelings." He left without another word, leaving Ivy staring after him. For the first time in years, someone had looked at her, really looked, and seen nothing but a stranger needing a place to stay. No expectations, no projections, no recognition. It was terrifying. It was exhilarating. It was exactly what she needed. The room was better than she had expected. Simple but beautiful. Whitewashed walls, wide plank floors, a wrought iron bed with crisp white linens, and windows that framed the ocean like a living painting. She'd found the key exactly where Rowan said it would be, and spent an hour just sitting on the small balcony, watching waves crash against the rocky shore. Below, she heard him before she saw him, the sound of boots on wooden steps, a door opening and closing downstairs. She tensed, suddenly uncertain. Was this insane? Renting a room from a stranger in a town she'd never heard of, while the world wondered where Ivy Monroe had disappeared to. A knock at the door interrupted her spiral of doubt. "It's open," she called. Rowan entered, carrying a small tray with 2 mugs and a plate of what looked like homemade cookies. "Thought you might want some tea. It gets cold up here when the sun starts going down." The simple kindness caught her off guard. "Thank you." She accepted the mug gratefully, warming her hands around it. "So?" He gestured around. "Will it work?" She nodded. "It's perfect, actually." She reached for her bag. "I can pay you now." "Tomorrow's fine," he said, waving it off. "House rules are simple. Quiet after 10. No parties. The door at the bottom of the stairs locks automatically. Your key works for it. Kitchen. Downstairs is shared if you want to use it, but no obligation." He turned to leave, then paused. "You said your car's in the shop. Do you need a ride somewhere tomorrow? I can drop you off on my way to school." "Actually," she said, "is there anything in town? Places that might be hiring? Just temporary work?" The idea had formed gradually throughout the afternoon. If she was staying for 2 weeks, she needed something to occupy her time. Something normal. Rowan raised an eyebrow. "Few places, maybe. The school's always looking for volunteers, particularly in the arts program. Budget cuts." He studied her face. "What do you do? Usually, I mean." The question should have been simple. What did she do? She performed. She recorded. She smiled for cameras and answered the same questions 1,000 different ways. She existed for consumption. "I write," she said finally. It wasn't a lie. She'd written most of her early songs before the label started pairing her with professional songwriters. "And I play music. Teach it sometimes." Also true, once upon a time. Something in Rowan's expression shifted. Interest, maybe. "We lost our music teacher last semester. Been trying to keep the program alive with parent volunteers, but..." He shrugged. "If you're interested, I could introduce you to the principal. Even a couple of weeks would help." "I'd like that," she said, surprising herself with how much she meant it. The next morning she found herself walking alongside Rowan to Port Isabel High School, a low-slung building of brick and large windows perched on a bluff overlooking the ocean. The principal, a brisk woman named Martinez, had taken one look at Ivy's driver's license. Olivia Jameson, her real name practically foreign to her now, and offered her a 2-week volunteer position on the spot. "Music rooms down the hall from Rowan's art studio," she explained. "Nothing formal, just keep the kids engaged. Previous teacher left lesson plans. You play piano?" Ivy nodded. 15 years of classical training before she'd ever stepped on a stage. "Perfect. Start tomorrow if you can." That afternoon, Ivy wandered into Rowan's classroom during his planning period. The space was alive with colour. Student artwork covered the walls. Clay sculptures in various stages of completion lined the shelves, and large windows let in streams of natural light. Rowan sat at a large wooden desk, bent over what appeared to be a massive sketch. "Is that for the school?" she asked, nodding toward the paper. He glanced up, seeming unsurprised by her presence. "Town, actually. I paint murals between semesters. This one's for the community centre." He hesitated, then turned the sketch toward her. "What do you think?" The design was stunning. A lighthouse on rugged cliffs, its beam transformed into musical notes that swirled into the silhouettes of dancing figures. Something about it caught in her chest, the way the light became music, the way the music created movement. "It's beautiful," she said softly. A small smile, the first she'd seen from him, curved his mouth. "Thanks." He rolled up the sketch. "How'd it go with Martinez?" "I start tomorrow. Thank you for suggesting it." He shrugged. "Selfish of me. The kids have been using my room for impromptu jam sessions. Now they can bother you instead." She laughed, the genuine laugh that startled her with its unfamiliarity. When had laughter become something choreographed, something performed rather than felt? A whirlwind of activity burst through the door. A small girl with a cloud of dark curls and Rowan's same warm brown skin, carrying a backpack almost as big as she was. "Uncle Rowan, Miss Patel let me leave math early because I finished all my problems and..." She skidded to a stop when she spotted Ivy. "Oh, hello." "Sophie, this is Lee," Rowan said. "She's staying in the guest room for a couple of weeks. Lee, this is my niece, Sophie." "Do you like art?" Sophie asked, eyeing her with frank curiosity. "Uncle Rowan only lets people who like art come to his classroom." "I do," Ivy said, charmed by the girl's directness. "And music." Sophie's eyes widened. "Really? What kind?" "I like all kinds, but especially pop music, even though Uncle Rowan says it's all auto-tuned commercials these days, which is not fair because Ivy Monroe writes her own songs. At least she used to, and her voice is really pretty without any computers helping." Ivy felt the blood drain from her face. Rowan must have noticed because he gently interrupted. "Soph, why don't you set up at your usual table? Lee's going to be helping with the music program while Ms. Winters is on leave." As Sophie bounced away, Rowan gave Ivy an apologetic look. "Sorry about that. She's enthusiastic." "It's fine," Ivy managed. "She's sweet." That night, Ivy sat on her balcony watching the sunset paint the ocean in shades of gold and violet. For the first time in years, no one knew where she was. No cameras followed her. Movements. No fans asked for selfies. No handlers directed her day. She felt invisible in the most liberating way possible. The sound of guitar chords drifted up from below. Simple at first, then more complex. Curious, she leaned over the railing. Rowan sat on his back deck, head bent over an acoustic guitar, playing with the absent focus of someone who played for themselves rather than an audience. She recognised the song, one of hers ironically. Not a radio hit, but a ballad from her second album, one she'd written alone in a hotel room after her first major tour. It was about homesickness for a place you'd never been. Without thinking, she began to hum along, the melody rising with the evening breeze. The guitar faltered for a moment, then continued, softer now, as if inviting her voice to take the lead. She closed her eyes and let herself sing, quietly, just for herself and the moon and the distant crash of waves. When she opened them again, the guitar had stopped. Rowan was looking up at her balcony, his expression unreadable in the gathering darkness. "Sorry," she called down. "Didn't mean to interrupt." "You didn't," he answered. After a pause, he added, "You have a beautiful voice." "Thank you," she hesitated. "That song, just something that's been stuck in my head," he said. Then with a small smile, "Good night, Lee." "Good night, Rowan." She watched him disappear inside, guitar in hand, and wondered if anything would ever feel as honest as this moment. Singing to the ocean with a stranger who didn't know her name but somehow played the song of her heart. Days slipped into a rhythm that felt both foreign and familiar, like returning to a childhood home you'd forgotten you missed. Each morning Ivy walked to school with Rowan, the silence between them comfortable rather than awkward. She spent her days in the music room, guiding students through scales and chord progressions, rediscovering the joy of music without the weight of expectations. Afternoons often found her at Greta's cafe, where the owner kept her supplied with coffee and minimal conversation, a kindness Ivy deeply appreciated. Evenings were for long walks on the beach or quiet reading on her balcony, occasionally punctuated by impromptu duets when Rowan played guitar below. A week into her stay, she found herself helping Sophie with piano practice in the living room of Rowan's house, a space she'd initially avoided to maintain boundaries but had gradually been welcomed into. "Uncle Rowan says you're a writer," Sophie said, fingers picking out a simple melody. "Do you write songs?" Ivy tensed slightly. "Sometimes." Could you help me write one? For the talent show next month." Before Ivy could answer, Rowan appeared in the doorway, flour dusting his hands. "Soph, don't pressure Lee. She's already volunteering at school." "It's okay," Ivy found herself saying. "I'd be happy to help." Sophie beamed. "Can we start now? Please." The next hour dissolved into laughter and music as Sophie dictated increasingly fantastical lyrics about mermaids and treasure, while Ivy helped shape them into an actual song. Rowan moved around them, preparing dinner, occasionally offering a rhyme or chuckling at his niece's dramatic vocal flourishes. It felt like family. The thought struck Ivy with such force that she missed a chord, her fingers faltering on the keys. "You okay?" Rowan asked, noticing immediately. "Fine," she managed. "Just tired." Later, after Sophie had been picked up by her mother, Rowan's sister, Ivy learned, they sat on the back deck sharing a bottle of wine. The night was clear, stars scattered like diamond dust above the dark expanse of ocean. "Thank you," Rowan said quietly, "for helping Sophie. Music was her mother's domain before." He trailed off, taking a sip of wine. "Before your wife passed," Ivy finished gently. He nodded. 3 years ago. Cancer. Fast and brutal. His voice was steady, but pain shadowed his eyes. Sophie was 5, too young to lose an aunt she adored. "I'm sorry," she said, meaning it more deeply than the platitude usually allowed. He shrugged slightly. "Life continues. Not the same life, but it goes on." He turned to look at her directly. "What are you running from, Lee?" The question caught her off guard. "What makes you think I'm running?" "The way you flinch when someone takes a photo, even if it's not of you. The way you check exits in rooms. The way you're clearly comfortable with money but took a volunteer position. The way you've never once mentioned friends or family wondering where you are." His voice remained gentle, without accusation. "I recognize the signs of someone who needs space. I'm just wondering what from." The moment balanced on a knife's edge. She could lie, had become expert at crafting palatable versions of truth. Or she could tell him everything. Who she was, why she'd fled, how the person he'd come to know this past week was more real than the version of herself that filled stadiums. "Expectations," she said finally. "I'm running from who everyone needs me to be." He studied her face, then nodded slowly. "Fair enough." He didn't push further, and the relief of that simple acceptance nearly undid her. They sat in companionable silence until Rowan spoke again. "There's a bonfire on the beach tomorrow night. Town tradition before tourist season starts. Would you like to go? With me?" He added, "As friends, of course." The clarification made her smile. "I'd like that." The bonfire was magical. Driftwood flames casting blue-green light over laughing faces, local musicians trading instruments and songs, children roasting marshmallows and chasing each other through shallow waves. Ivy found herself drawn into conversations, included in jokes, pulled into an impromptu dance circle by Sophie and her friends. Rowan stayed nearby, a steady presence that somehow both grounded and freed her. When the unofficial band took a break, he nudged her toward the abandoned guitar. "They'd love to hear you play," he said quietly. "I don't think... just one song, for yourself, if not for them." Somehow she found herself seated on a driftwood log, guitar settled familiarly in her lap. She began to play, not one of Ivy Monroe's hits, but a new melody that had been forming in her mind these past days. No lyrics yet, just a haunting progression that spoke of finding something you didn't know you were seeking. The crowd grew quiet. In the firelight she caught Rowan's expression, a mixture of admiration and something deeper that made her heart skip. When she finished, the applause was genuine and unpretentious. No one asked for selfies or screamed for encores. They simply appreciated the music for what it was, a gift freely given. Later, walking home along the moonlit beach, Rowan took her hand. The simple contact sent warmth spiralling through her chest. "That was beautiful," he said. "Something new?" She nodded. "Still working. On it." They stopped, facing the ocean. His eyes, when they met hers, held no demand, no expectation. Only a question she wasn't sure she was brave enough to answer. "Rowan, I..." The flash came from their left, bright, unmistakable. A camera. She turned instinctively, raising her hand to shield her face, but it was too late. A young woman lowered her phone, eyes wide with recognition. "Oh my God," she breathed. "You're Ivy Monroe." The name fell like a stone between them. Ivy felt Rowan's hand slip from hers, felt the careful piece she'd constructed begin to fracture. "I'm such a huge fan. Can I get a picture? No one will believe..." "I think you should go," Rowan said, his voice cool. The fan blinked, confused. "I just want..." "Please," Ivy managed. I'm not working right now." Something in her tone must have registered, because the young woman nodded slowly. "Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude." She backed away, but the damage was done. The photo existed, and in the age of social media, that was all it took. The walk home was silent, heavy with unspoken questions. At the base of the stairs to her room, Ivy finally turned to face him. "I can explain." Rowan's expression was carefully neutral. "You don't owe me an explanation." "I do," she insisted. "I lied to you about who I am." "Did you?" He looked at her steadily. "Or did you just tell me the parts that matter?" She didn't have an answer for that. After a moment he sighed. "It's late. We should both get some sleep." He turned to go inside, then paused. "For what it's worth, I don't care about Ivy Monroe. I care about the person who helps my niece write songs about mermaids and sings to the ocean when she thinks no one's listening." The door closed softly behind him, leaving Ivy alone with the weight of a truth she'd tried to outrun, and the dawning realization that perhaps, with Rowan, she didn't need to run at all. By morning, everything had changed. Ivy woke to the sound of car doors slamming, and voices outside. Too many voices for the quiet street. One glance out her window confirmed her worst fears. 3 vans with satellite dishes, reporters setting up cameras, locals gathering to stare. Her phone, which she'd finally charged and checked sporadically for messages from Delia, was exploding with notifications. The photo had gone viral overnight. Pop star Ivy Monroe found in coastal hideaway with mystery man. The headlines made her stomach churn. A text from Delia stood out among the chaos. "I'm coming to get you. This is out of control." She didn't bother replying. Instead, she dressed quickly and made her way downstairs, dreading the conversation to come. Rowan sat at his kitchen table, coffee mug cradled between his hands, looking out at the growing crowd with a resigned expression. He glanced up when she entered. "Your secret's out," he said mildly. "Rowan, I'm so sorry. I never meant for this to happen. I never thought..." "That anyone would recognize you?" Raised an eyebrow. "You're kind of hard to miss, even incognito." The lack of anger in his voice confused her. "You're not upset?" "About the press circus on my lawn?" "A little," he shrugged. "About you being famous? Not really my business. But I lied to you." "Did you? You said your name was Lee. Short for Olivia, I'm guessing?" She nodded, stunned that he'd made the connection. And everything else. The music, the writing. That was true, wasn't it? "Yes, but..." "Then what's the problem?" He stood, moving to refill his coffee. "Look, I get it. Everyone needs space sometimes. You found yours here. I'm just sorry it got interrupted." A knock at the door cut through the moment. Rowan sighed. "That'll be Chief Mendez, town's only police officer. Good guy, but he's probably here about crowd control." The conversation with Mendez was brief but definitive. The situation was escalating. More press was arriving. Fans had discovered her location. The quiet town was rapidly becoming overwhelmed. "Ms. Monroe," Mendez said respectfully, "I understand you value your privacy, but this is disrupting the whole community. Is there someone who can help manage this situation?" She thought of Delia, already on her way, of the tour she'd abandoned, of responsibility she couldn't outrun forever. "Yes," she said quietly. "My manager is coming. She'll handle it." When Mendez left, silence settled heavily between them. Finally Rowan spoke. "So you're leaving?" It wasn't a question, but she answered anyway. "I have to. I can't let this circus continue. Not here. Not around you and Sophie and everyone who's been kind to me." Something flickered in his eyes. Disappointment, perhaps, or understanding. "When?" "Today, as soon as Delia arrives." She hesitated. "Rowan, these past 2 weeks, they've meant more to me than I can explain." He nodded slowly. "For what it's worth, I think Ivy Monroe is pretty amazing, but Lee, she's extraordinary." The simple statement nearly broke her. "I don't know how to be both," she whispered. "I don't know if I can." "Maybe you don't have to choose." He moved closer, his hand finding hers. "Maybe you just need to remember which one is real." When Delia arrived 3 hours later, immaculate as always in her tailored suit, expression a mixture of relief and exasperation, Ivy was waiting on the porch with her small bag packed. The press had been temporarily contained behind barricades at the end of the street, but cameras with long lenses caught her emergence, the flashbulbs like lightning in her peripheral vision. "You look terrible," Delia said by way of greeting, pulling her into a fierce hug. "Do you have any idea how worried I've been? How close we came to filing a missing persons report? I texted you. Once. 2 weeks ago." Delia stepped back, eyes scanning her face. "Are you okay? Really?" Ivy nodded. "I am. Or I was." Delia's expression softened slightly. Was it worth it? This little vacation? Ivy looked past her friend to where Rowan stood in the doorway, his face carefully neutral. "Yes," she said quietly. "It was worth everything." The drive away from Port Isabel was surreal, moving from the cocoon of peace she'd found back into the harsh light of her real life. Delia filled the silence with updates and plans. "We've rescheduled the tour, told everyone you had laryngitis, needed complete vocal rest. New dates start next month. The label's actually thrilled. All this mystery has generated more buzz than any planned publicity stunt." Ivy stared out the window, watching the town recede in the side mirror. "I can't go back to how things were, Del," she said finally. "I won't." Delia glanced at her sharply. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying I need changes, real ones. I want control of my music again, my image, my life." She turned to face her oldest friend. "I've been writing again. Real songs, my songs." "That's good? But honey, we have contracts, obligations. I don't care." The steel in her voice surprised them both. "Figure it out. That's what I pay you for. But I'm done being whoever everyone else needs me to be." The next 3 weeks passed in a blur of negotiations, legal meetings, and carefully controlled press appearances. Ivy refused all interview requests, instead releasing a simple statement apologising for the disruption to her tour and promising something new was coming soon. In her rare moments alone, she wrote. Song after song poured out of her, raw, honest reflections on fame, identity, and the quiet revelation of being seen for who she truly was. When she had 12 that felt right, she booked a small studio and recorded them in 3 days. Just her voice, a piano, and occasionally a guitar. No production tricks, no auto-tune, nothing but truth. The EP was titled simply Still You. The night before its surprise release, She stood on the roof garden of her Portland penthouse, phone in hand, staring at the contact she had added but never called. Gathering her courage, she pressed dial. "Hello?" Rowan's voice, slightly wary. "It's me," she said softly. "Lee, or Ivy, or Olivia. I'm still figuring that part out." A pause, then, "I wondered if I'd hear from you again. I'm releasing something tomorrow. Something new. Something real." She took a deep breath. "I wanted you to hear it first." "Why?" "Because it exists because of you. Because you saw me when I couldn't see myself anymore." The silence stretched between them, charged with unspoken words. "I'll be in Portland tomorrow," she continued, "at the secret garden on Jefferson Street, 8 o'clock, if you wanted to hear it in person." She didn't ask if he'd come, didn't want to pressure him, didn't know if she deserved another moment of the peace she'd found in his presence. "Good night, Olivia," he said finally. Just that. No promise, no rejection. It would have to be enough. The secret garden was exactly what its name suggested. A hidden rooftop sanctuary in the heart of the city, all fairy lights and potted trees and intimate corners. She'd rented it for the evening, invited no press, no industry people, just herself, a piano, and the hope that one particular art teacher might appear. At 8:15 she began to play. The first song on the EP, called Lighthouse, was inspired by his mural sketch, the one where light became music, became movement. Her voice, stripped of stadiums and spectacle, filled the small space with a vulnerability she'd hidden for years. She was midway through the chorus when she felt it, the subtle shift in the air that told her she was no longer alone. She didn't look up, didn't falter, just continued to sing the truth she'd finally found the courage to speak. When the last note faded, she finally raised her eyes. Rowan stood at the entrance, wind-tousled and beautiful in his simple way, watching her with an expression that made her heart stumble. "You came," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I wanted to hear the song." He moved closer, steps measured. "It's beautiful, like everything real about you." "Rowan, I never fell for Ivy Monroe," he interrupted gently. "I fell for Olivia, the woman who sings to the ocean, who helps little girls write songs about mermaids, who sees beauty in broken things." She stood, moved toward him as if drawn by gravity. "Is that who I am? Olivia?" His smile was soft, warming his eyes. "That's who you've always been. The rest is just noise." When he kissed her, it felt like coming home to a place she'd never been. Familiar and new all at once, like finding the missing chord in a song she'd been trying to write her entire life. "Stay," she whispered against his mouth. "Not forever. Just stay a while." His arms tightened around her. "I'm not going anywhere." The music room at Port Isabel High School had transformed over the past year. Walls now covered with student artwork depicting sound waves and musical notes, instruments arranged in careful clusters, large windows thrown open to catch the ocean breeze. Ivy, though the world still knew her as Ivy Monroe, she felt more like Olivia with each passing day, sat at the piano, guiding a small group of students through a complicated arrangement. Her short EP had become a full album, had won critical acclaim if not the massive sales of her earlier work. She didn't mind. Quality over quantity, in fans, in music, in life, had become her new measure of success. Ms. Monroe, one of her students, a shy girl with remarkable talent, raised her hand. "Will you play something from your new album, please?" The request was frequent but always genuine. These kids, who had initially been starstruck but now treated her with the casual respect of any beloved teacher, never tired of hearing her perform. "One song," she agreed with a smile, then back to work. She had just finished the final chorus when she spotted Rowan in the doorway, leaning against the frame with that quiet smile that still made her heart race. The students followed her gaze and a chorus of Mr. Blake rose from the group. "Don't let me interrupt," he said, but Ivy was already dismissing the class 5 minutes early. As the room emptied, Rowan crossed to where she sat, bending to kiss her softly. "Ready for this afternoon?" She nodded, fingers nervously twisting the simple engagement ring he'd given her 3 months earlier. Today was the official unveiling of his latest mural, the one she'd first seen as a sketch over a year ago. The lighthouse whose beam became music became dancing figures. Only now the central figure in the dance bore a subtle resemblance to her. "Nervous?" he asked, taking her hand. "A little. It's still strange sometimes, letting the two worlds overlap." She smiled up at him, but in a good way. The ceremony was small, just the town council, some students, and a handful of locals who had become friends rather than fans. Rowan spoke briefly about the inspiration behind the mural, the way art and music intertwined in the town's identity. He didn't mention Ivy Monroe or her fame. He didn't need to. Sophie, now 9 and more exuberant than ever, bounced at her uncle's side as the mayor cut a ceremonial ribbon. The crowd applauded, then dispersed to examine the mural more closely and enjoy the refreshments Greta had provided from her cafe. Ivy found herself standing slightly apart, watching Rowan accept congratulations with his characteristic quiet grace. A year ago she couldn't have imagined this life, teaching music in a small coastal town, planning a small wedding with the man who had seen through her carefully constructed persona, weekends filled with Sophie's recitals and long walks on deserted beaches. "It suits you, you know?" She turned to find Delia beside her, elegant as always in her city clothes that looked slightly out of place in Port Isabel. Her former manager visited occasionally still handled the business side of Ivy's, now scaled-back career, and had become an unexpected ally in her transformation. "What suits me?" Ivy asked. Delia gestured vaguely at everything, the town, the school, Rowan. "Peace, authenticity, whatever you want to call it." She smiled, a hint of sadness in her eyes. "I always knew Ivy Monroe was killing Olivia Jameson. I just didn't know how to stop it." Ivy squeezed her friend's hand. "Neither did I." She paused, looking back at the mural, at the lighthouse beam that transformed into musical notes, at the dancing figures finding joy in its light. "But I'm learning." Later that evening they gathered on Rowan's back deck, now their deck, since she'd officially moved in 6 months ago. Sophie was there with her mother, Greta and Chief Mendez had stopped by, and even Walt from the garage had come bearing a bottle of surprisingly good whiskey. As twilight settled over the ocean, Rowan quietly tuned his guitar while conversations ebbed and flowed around them. Without fanfare, he began to play the opening notes of Lighthouse, her most personal song from the album. A hush fell over the small gathering. He looked up at her, a question in his eyes, and she nodded, joining him in the chorus. "And still you see me, through the dark and stormy nights. Still you find me, when I've lost my own guiding light. In a world of echoes, your voice rings clear and true, and the miracle of miracles, I'm still me, and still you." When the song ended, Sophie clapped enthusiastically while the adults exchanged knowing smiles. No one asked for selfies or autographs. No one treated the moment as special beyond the simple joy of music shared among friends. Later, after everyone had gone and they were cleaning up together in comfortable silence, Rowan paused, dish towel in hand. "Happy?" he asked simply. Ivy considered the question. Not just the easy answer, but the complex truth of it. Was she happy? Fame still occasionally interrupted their life. Her music reached fewer people now, but touched them more deeply. She missed performing sometimes, but had found a different kind of fulfillment in teaching. She had traded spotlights for starlight, stadiums for classrooms, adulation for understanding. "Yes," she said finally, meeting his gaze with absolute certainty. "I'm happy. Not because I escaped Ivy Monroe, but because I found Olivia Jameson again." She moved into his arms, resting her head against his chest. "And because you see me, all of me, and love me anyway." His arms tightened around her. "Not anyway," he corrected gently. "Because of who you are. All the versions, the star and the teacher, the celebrity and the woman who helps my niece with piano lessons, the singer and the person who laughs at my terrible jokes." "They're not terrible," she protested automatically. "They're pretty bad," he chuckled, "but you laugh anyway. Because I love you. And I love you. Ivy, Olivia, Lee, whatever name you choose. I love the person beneath all the noise. Outside, waves crashed against the shore in their eternal rhythm. Inside, in the quiet kitchen of a home that had once felt borrowed but now felt entirely her own, Ivy Monroe, pop sensation, volunteer music teacher, fiancé, friend, finally felt the fractured pieces of herself mending into something whole, not perfect, not flawless, but authentic, real, still her. Ink and Illusions. The rhythmic tap of Harper Lennox's fingers on her keyboard paused as she heard the telltale sound of a motorcycle pulling into the driveway next door. She glanced at the clock, 6:15 p.m, right on schedule. Her fingers hovered over the keys, waiting for the engine to cut off, for the heavy footsteps to cross the gravel drive, for the door to shut with a definitive click. Only then did she exhale and resume typing. His hands moved deliberately, each touch calculated yet somehow instinctive, as if his body remembered a map his mind had forgotten. Harper pushed her glasses up her nose and squinted at the screen. Too cliché. She deleted the sentence and tried again. The image of her neighbour, broad-shouldered, perpetually frowning Jack Maddox, floating unbidden into her mind. His touch was careful, almost cautious, like a man who had spent years learning the exact force needed to disarm explosives rather than ignite them. Better. Harper saved the file, a small smile playing at her lips. 2 more chapters and Midnight Reconnaissance, the 5th installment in her best-selling Covert Hearts series, would be complete. Her editor at Pinnacle Publishing would be thrilled. The readers of L.L. Moon's steamy military romance novels would be ecstatic, and Harper Lennox, head librarian of Windermere Cove's small public library, would remain exactly what she had always been, invisible. The duality of her existence had never bothered her before. In fact, she'd cultivated it deliberately. By day, she was the quiet, bookish woman who recommended gentle mysteries to elderly patrons and organised children's reading hours. By night, she transformed into L.L. Moon, whose novels featured strong-willed heroines and damaged heroes finding redemption through love, and spectacularly detailed intimate encounters. Her phone chirped with a text notification. "Brilliant news, darling. Covert Hearts series just hit 2 million in sales. NYT list. Confirmed for Midnight Reconnaissance pre-orders alone. We need to talk publicity. Call me." Margot Harper groaned, dropping her head into her hands. Publicity. The word alone made her stomach clench. L.L. Moon had never done interviews, never attended book signings. Her author photo was an artfully shadowed silhouette, her bio purposefully vague. A former literature professor who now lives in a coastal town, L.L. Moon spent her days surrounded by books and her nights writing about passion. The deception had been easy at first, when her debut novel had been a modest success. 5 years and 14 books later, the mystique surrounding L.L. Moon had only intensified her popularity. Harper shut her laptop and walked to the window, peering through the curtains at the cottage next door. A single light burned in what she knew was the kitchen. Jack would be making dinner now, something simple and nutritious. In the 3 years since he'd inherited his grandfather's house, she'd learned his routines as intimately as if they were characters in one of her books. Monday was grilled chicken night, Tuesday was fish, Wednesday, like today, was pasta, whole grain, with a sauce he made from scratch. He'd eat at the counter, standing, reading something on his tablet. Afterward, he'd wash his dishes immediately, then spend an hour or two working on renovations before showering and reading until precisely 10 p.m, when his light would go out. Harper knew all of this not because she was a stalker, but because the rhythm of his life had become the metronome that kept time for her own. She structured her writing sessions around the comings and goings of the man who, without knowing it, had become the template for every brooding hero she'd created since he arrived. She'd spoken to him exactly 47 times. 47 brief, awkward exchanges that consisted primarily of good morning, nice weather, and have a good day. Once, during a power outage, he'd come to check if she had candles. Once, she'd gathered the courage to bring him cookies as a welcome gift when he first moved in. Beyond that, their relationship existed entirely in her imagination, and on the pages of books that had sold millions of copies. Her phone rang, startling her from her thoughts. Margot wasn't one to be ignored. "Harper, darling, did you get my text? This is tremendous news." "I did, yes. It's wonderful," Harper replied, moving away from the window and back to her desk. "So, publicity. We need to strike while the iron is hot. I've been thinking." Harper tensed. Margot's thinking usually led to suggestions involving public appearances. What if we arrange a small, exclusive fan event? Nothing huge or intimidating. Just 20 or so devoted readers, an intimate setting. They'd love to meet the mysterious LL Moon. "Margot, we've discussed this. I can't. Not in New York, not at a big bookstore. Somewhere that feels safe for you." Margot paused, dramatically. "What about that charming little independent bookshop in your own town? Sea Pages, is it?" Harper nearly dropped the phone. "Windmere Cove? You want to host an LL Moon event in my town?" "It's perfect. Small, controlled environment. People who've never connected Harper Lennox with LL Moon. We keep it exclusive, mysterious even. Fans get to meet you, but we maintain your public anonymity. They sign NDAs if it makes you feel better." Harper's mind raced through all the ways this could go catastrophically wrong. Everyone in town knew her. They'd recognise her voice, her mannerisms. "I can't," she said firmly. Then, more softly, "But maybe if it were truly anonymous, if they could meet the author without knowing it's me." "Go on," Margot encouraged. What if it's a masked event? Everyone, including the author, wears masks. Make it thematic. Covert identities, like my books." There was silence on the other end, then a delighted laugh. "Harper, Lennox, you brilliant woman. It's perfect. Mysterious, on brand, and just the right amount of dramatic. Unmask your passion with LL Moon, but no one actually unmasks. I love it." As Margot rattled off logistics and dates, Harper found herself agreeing to something she'd spent years avoiding. Her gaze drifted back to the window, to the light in Jack's kitchen. What would the quiet intensity of Jack Maddox think if he knew his awkward, barely speaking neighbour was the author of books that had helped thousands of women discover their own desires? What would he say if he knew that his hands, his scars, his rare but devastating half-smile had inspired countless fictional moments of passion? It was a question she would never have to answer, she assured herself. Their worlds would never collide. The next morning, Harper arrived at the library 15 minutes early, as she always did. The small stone building had been a church in the 1800s before being converted to Windmere Cove's public library in the 1950s. She loved the arched windows, the worn wooden floors that creaked in specific places, the smell of old paper and lemon polish. This was her domain, where she felt competent and calm. not like the jittery, anxious person she became whenever she spotted Jack Maddox approaching. As if her thoughts had conjured him, the library door opened precisely at 10:15 a.m, Thursday, which meant Jack would return last week's book and check out exactly one new one. Always fiction, often classics, occasionally contemporary literary works, never romance. "Good morning," she said, proud of how steady her voice sounded. Jack nodded, placing the old man and the sea on the counter. His dark hair was damp from a recent shower, and a fresh cut on his forearm suggested he'd been working on another renovation project. "Hemingway," she said, scanning the book. "Did you enjoy it?" He seemed surprised by the question, as if their script didn't usually include this line. It was. He cleared his throat. "Good. Bit sparse." Harper smiled despite herself. Sparse is generous. Hemingway never used two words when one would do. The corner of Jack's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile, but nearly. "Any recommendations?" This too was off script. Harper blinked, then gestured toward the new releases section. "Depends what you're in the mood for." Jack followed her to the display, his steps nearly silent despite his size, a habit Harper had incorporated into Commander Riker Stone, the hero of her third novel. Military training so ingrained that even in civilian life he moved like a shadow. "Something with more words than Hemingway," he said, and this time there was definitely a hint of humour in his voice. Harper reached for a book without thinking. "This just came in. It's supposed to be excellent." She froze as she realised what she was holding. Midnight Reconnaissance by L.L. Moon. It wasn't supposed to be on shelves yet. The official release was still 2 weeks away. C Pages must have put their advance copy in the library's new release section. Jack took the book from her hands, their fingers brushing momentarily. Harper hoped he couldn't feel her pulse racing. "Military romance?" he asked, eyebrow raised as he examined the cover, which featured a silhouetted couple against a night sky filled with stars. Harper's face burned. I mean, it's popular and—" "I'll take it," he said, cutting off her stammering. "Never tried this genre before." As Harper walked back to the counter to check out her own book to her neighbour, she felt as though she might spontaneously combust from embarrassment. Jack Maddox was going to read her words that had been inspired in no small part by him. "Enjoy," she managed to say as she handed him the book. He nodded, that almost smile appearing again. "See you next Thursday." As the door closed behind him, Harper sank into her chair, a mixture of horror and inexplicable excitement churning in her stomach. For the first time since she began writing as L.L. Moon, her two worlds felt dangerously close to colliding. Jack Maddox sat on his back deck, the library book open on his lap, his coffee cooling beside him. The morning sun filtered through the oak trees, casting dappled shadows across the pages. He'd been reading for 3 hours straight, unable to put the damn thing down. It wasn't what he had expected. Yes, there were intimate scenes that made him shift uncomfortably in his chair. But beyond that, there was something about the writing that felt personal. The way the author described the protagonist's hypervigilance, his difficulty sleeping, the way certain sounds triggered memories he'd rather forget. It was unnervingly accurate. He flipped to the author bio on the back flap. L.L. Moon. The photo was artfully obscured, just a silhouette against a window. A former literature professor who now lives in a coastal town, Jack frowned. Could be any coastal town, anywhere. But something nagged at him, a sense of familiarity in the prose that he couldn't quite place. His phone buzzed with a text from his former squad mate, Mike. "You coming to Derek's wedding next month?" Jack sighed. The thought of a large social gathering made his skin crawl, but Derek had been there for him during the worst days of his recovery. He owed him this much. "Yes, but I'm not dancing." Mike's response was immediate. We'll see about that after a few beers, Captain No Fun. Jack pocketed his phone and returned to the book, losing himself once again in the story of a Special Forces commander and the war correspondent who saw through his defences. By the time he finished the final chapter, the sun was high overhead and he felt strangely exposed, as if the author had somehow peered into his soul. On impulse, he walked to his laptop and searched for information about LL Moon. There wasn't much. No interviews, no public appearances, just a website with book information and a contact form for fan mail that probably went straight to a publicist. A new link caught his eye. Unmask Your Passion, an exclusive event with LL Moon at C. Page's bookstore, Windermere Cove. Jack stared at the screen. LL Moon was coming here, to this tiny coastal town that barely registered on most maps. The event was described as intimate and exclusive, limited to 20 attendees. A masquerade theme meant everyone, including the author, would remain anonymous. Before he could talk himself out of it, Jack clicked register and filled out the form. What was the worst that could happen? He'd spend an evening in a room full of romance readers, most likely women, all of them strangers. The thought made him wince, but his curiosity about the author overrode his discomfort. He wanted to know how she had written so accurately about things he'd never discussed with anyone outside his unit. How she understood the weight of command, the burden of responsibility for other people's lives. How she knew exactly what it felt like to wake up screaming from dreams filled with sand and blood and failure. The confirmation email arrived instantly. Congratulations, you're invited to an exclusive evening with LL Moon. Thursday 7 p.m, C. Page's bookstore. Masks required. Identities optional. Passion guaranteed. Jack closed his laptop, oddly unsettled. He picked up the novel again, rereading a passage that had struck him earlier. The hardest thing about coming home, he told her, isn't adjusting to comfort or routine. It's realizing that while you were living in a world where every decision might be your last, everyone else was just living, buying groceries, watching TV, falling in love, and you don't know how to do those simple things anymore without scanning for threats, without waiting for the other shoe to drop. How did she know? How did this mysterious LL Moon, whoever she was, understand exactly what it felt like to be in his head? For the first time since moving to Windermere Cove 3 years ago, Jack felt a flicker of something like hope. Hope that maybe there was someone who might understand the parts of himself he'd never been able to explain. Harper's hands trembled as she applied mascara, careful not to smudge it onto her glasses. No, not her glasses. Tonight she'd wear contacts, another layer of disguise. Her hair, usually pulled back in a practical bun, fell in loose waves past her shoulders. The dress she'd chosen, a deep blue wrap style that emphasised her waist and showed more cleavage than anything in her normal wardrobe, had been ordered online specifically for this event. "You can do this," she whispered to her reflection. "It's just one evening. No one will know it's you." Her phone chimed with a text from Margot. "Car will pick you up at 6:30. Remember, you're just another guest until the revealed moment. You've got this, superstar." The plan was simple. Harper would arrive with the other attendees, mingle anonymously, and only at a predetermined moment would the bookstore owner, who was the only person in town who knew her secret, indicate that LL Moon was ready to take questions. Even then, she would remain masked, her identity protected. At exactly 6:30, a sleek black car pulled up outside her cottage. Harper grabbed her purse and the ornate masquerade mask she'd purchased online, casting one last glance at Jack's house. His motorcycle was gone, which meant he was out for the evening. One less worry, at least. C. Page's bookstore had been transformed for the evening. Fairy lights twinkled from the ceiling. Candles, flameless, Harper noted with librarian approval, flickered on tables scattered with rose petals, and soft jazz played in the background. Champagne flutes were being filled as masked attendees, mostly women, but a few men, chatted excitedly. Harper slipped in, securing her mask over her eyes. The elaborate design covered most of her upper face, with delicate silver filigree extending to her hairline. Between that, the contacts, and her unusual styling, she doubted even her regular library patrons would recognise her. "Welcome," said Abby, the bookstore owner, with a wink that only Harper could see. "Please, enjoy some champagne. LL Moon will be circulating among you before the formal Q&A. Harper accepted a glass gratefully, taking a larger sip than she intended. The bubbles went straight to her head, but the alcohol helped calm her nerves. She could do this. She was just playing a role, like her characters did. She turned, intent on finding a quiet corner to observe from, when she collided with a solid chest. "Sorry," a deep voice said, steadying her with hands that were warm and firm on her bare arms. Harper looked up and nearly dropped her champagne. Through the simple black mask that covered the upper half of his face, she would recognise those eyes anywhere. Grey-blue, like the ocean during a storm. Jack Maddox was at her book event. Jack Maddox, her neighbour, her unwitting muse, the man whose silent intensity had inspired an entire series of romantic heroes, was standing in front of her, apologising for bumping into her, completely unaware that she was both the woman who lived next door and the author whose event he was attending. "It's fine," she said, pitching her voice slightly lower than normal. "No harm done." He nodded, and she waited for him to move on, but instead he remained standing there, studying her with an intensity that made her pulse quicken. "Are you a fan of LL Moon?" she asked, desperate to break the silence. A faint flush appeared above his mask. "I've only read one of her books, actually. Just finished it today." "And?" Harper couldn't help herself. "What did you think?" Jack took a sip of his drink. "Whiskey, not champagne," she noted, before answering. "It wasn't what I expected. There was a lot more understanding than I anticipated." "Understanding? Of what it's like to come back from war." His voice had dropped, becoming almost confessional. "Most people who write about it get it wrong. They focus on the dramatic parts, the firefights, the explosions. They don't understand that the hardest battles happen in the quiet moments afterward." Harper's breath caught. This was more than Jack had ever said to her in their 3 years as neighbours. "You served?" she asked, even though she knew the answer. He nodded once. "Special Forces. 8 years. Just like Commander Riker Stone from Midnight Reconnaissance." Harper felt a wave of guilt. Had she been too specific in her characterization? Had she somehow invaded his privacy without realizing it? "And the book captured that experience for you?" she asked carefully. "Parts of it." He swirled the amber liquid in his glass. "I'd like to ask the author how she knew, how she could describe so accurately what it feels like to..." He trailed off, seeming embarrassed by his own openness. "To what?" Harper encouraged gently. Jack's eyes met hers, and for a moment she forgot they were in a room full of people. "To feel broken in ways that can't be seen or fixed." The rawness in his voice made her heart ache. Without thinking, she placed her hand on his arm. Maybe she knows that even broken things can be beautiful. That's what her books are about, right? Finding wholeness even with the broken pieces. He looked at her with surprise, then something like recognition. "You sound like you know her work well." Harper withdrew her hand quickly. "I'm a big fan," she said lightly. "Have you read her other books?" "Not yet, but I might now." There was a warmth in his gaze that made her stomach flutter. "I'm Jack, by the way." "L." Harper caught herself just in time. "Carly," she improvised. "Nice to meet you, Jack." Before they could continue their conversation, Abby clinked a glass for attention. "Ladies and gentlemen, LL Moon has been among you all evening, and now she's ready to take your questions. However, in keeping with the spirit of mystery, she'll remain masked and we ask that you respect her privacy." All eyes turned expectantly to Harper, who took a deep breath and stepped forward, feeling Jack's gaze on her back as she moved to the front of the room. "Good evening, everyone," she said, still using the slightly lower register she had adopted with Jack. "Thank you for coming tonight. I'm honoured that my words have meant something to you." For the next 45 minutes, Harper fielded questions about her writing process, her inspiration, her characters. She grew more confident with each answer, especially when her responses elicited appreciative nods from Jack, who stood at the back of the room, watching her intently. "One final question," Abby announced, pointing to a woman near the front. "Your male characters are so authentic," the woman said. "Do you base them on real men in your life?" Harper froze, acutely aware of Jack's attention. "I observe," she said carefully, "I believe that the best fiction comes from emotional truth, even if the specific details are invented. So while none of my characters are exactly based on real people, they all contain elements of humanity that I've witnessed or experienced." It wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the complete truth either. She didn't mention that Commander Riker Stone's habit of running his thumb along his jaw when thinking was something she'd seen Jack do countless times from her kitchen window, or that the scar on Lieutenant Drake Mason's left shoulder in Covert Seduction was inspired by the glimpse she'd caught of Jack's own scar one summer day when he was working shirtless in his yard. As the event wound down, Harper felt both exhilarated and exhausted. She'd done it. She'd appeared publicly as LL Moon without compromising her identity. Guests were leaving, thanking Abby, and casting curious glances back at Harper, who remained by the refreshment table sipping a glass of water. That was illuminating. She turned to find Jack beside her again, his expression thoughtful behind his mask. "I'm glad you enjoyed it," she said, fighting to maintain her composure. "You never answered that last question fully," he said quietly, "about your inspiration." Harper's pulse jumped. Some things a writer has to keep to herself. "Fair enough." He hesitated, then added, "I'd like to write to you. To LL Moon, I mean. There are things I want to say about your book, about what it meant to me, that I couldn't express here." "The website has a contact form," Harper said, her mouth suddenly dry. Jack shook his head. "Those go to publicists, editors. I'd like to know my words would reach you directly." Abby appeared at Harper's side, a lifeline. "We actually have a special arrangement with LL Moon," she said smoothly. "Letters can be left here at the bookstore. We forward them directly to the author, no intermediaries." "Thank you," Jack said, his eyes still on Harper. "It was nice meeting you, Carly." As he walked away, Harper let out a shaky breath. "That was too close," she whispered to Abby. "But exciting, right?" Abby grinned. "Who was that masked man, anyway? He couldn't take his eyes off you." "That," Harper said, watching Jack's broad shoulders disappear through the door, "was my next-door neighbour." Jack sat at his kitchen counter, staring at the blank page before him. He'd started and discarded 5 versions of this letter already. How did you write to someone whose words had reached inside your chest and found all the broken pieces you'd been hiding? He took another sip of coffee and began again. "Dear LL Moon, I'm not good with words. That's your territory. But I wanted to thank you for Midnight Reconnaissance. It's the first time I've read something that captured what it feels like to come home from war and find that home isn't home anymore. I served 8 years in Special Forces, 4 deployments. I've been back in civilian life for 3 years now, and most days I still feel like I'm operating undercover in a foreign country, trying to remember how normal people behave. Your character, Commander Stone, thinks at one point that the hardest part of peace is that there's no mission objective, no clear measure of success or failure. That's exactly right. Some days getting out of bed and talking to the grocery store cashier feels like a successful operation. Other days, it feels like failure when I can't manage a simple conversation with... Jack paused. thinking of Harper Lennox's shy smile when she'd recommended L.L. Moon's book to him, the way she'd blushed when he'd taken it, as if embarrassed by the suggestion, with someone I'd like to know better. I don't know how you understand these things. At the event I wanted to ask you, but it seemed too personal a question for a public setting. Maybe you have someone in your life who served. Maybe you're just extraordinarily observant. Either way, thank you for seeing us, those of us who came back. Different than we left. I'll be reading the rest of your books now, all of them. Respectfully, Jay. He read it over once, folded it, and sealed it in an envelope before he could second-guess himself. Tomorrow he'd drop it off at Sea Pages, as Abby had suggested. The next morning, as Jack was leaving to deliver the letter, he spotted Harper coming out of her cottage, arms full of books and papers, struggling to lock her door. Without thinking, he jogged over to help. "Let me," he said, taking the stack from her arm so she could find her keys. "Oh, thank you." She seemed flustered, pushing her glasses up her nose with one finger. "Just bringing some work home for the weekend." "Research?" he asked, nodding at what appeared to be historical reference books. She blinked in surprise. "Yes, actually, for the, summer reading program. We're doing a historical theme." As she successfully locked her door, Jack returned the stack to her arms, their fingers brushing briefly in the exchange. Strange sense of familiarity washed over him. Something about her eyes. "I read that book," he said suddenly. "The one you recommended. L.L. Moon." Harper's cheeks flushed pink. "Oh, did you... was it..." "It was excellent," he said. "I'm going to read more of her work." A smile transformed Harper's face, making her look younger, less reserved. "I'm glad. Her writing is... special. There was an event last night at Sea Pages, a masked meet and greet with the author. It was interesting." "Oh? I didn't know," Harper said, not quite meeting his eyes. "How was it?" Jack studied her for a moment. Revealing in some ways. She seems thoughtful, smart. Harper nodded, shifting the books in her arms. "Well, I should get these inside. Thanks for your help." "Any time," Jack said, watching her hurry back to her door. There was something about her voice just then that had niggled at the back of his mind, a cadence that seemed familiar. Shaking off the thought, he headed to Sea Pages to deliver his letter. Harper closed her door and leaned against it, heart racing. Jack had been at her event. He'd liked her book. He thought L.L. Moon was thoughtful and smart. The strange double life she'd been leading suddenly felt more complicated than ever. As Harper Lennox, she could barely string together a coherent sentence around Jack Maddox. As L.L. Moon, or as Carly at the masquerade, she'd had a real conversation with him, had connected with him in a way she'd only dreamed about. Her phone rang, Margot's name flashing on the screen. "The event was a triumph," Margot crowed without preamble. "Abby says everyone loved you, and we've already seen a spike in pre-orders. We should do more of these. Small, exclusive, mysterious. It's perfect branding." "It was intense," Harper admitted, sinking onto her couch. "But yes, I think it went well." "Tell me everything," Margot demanded. "Any standout moments? Interesting questions?" Harper hesitated. "There was a man there, a veteran. He said my portrayal of military experience was accurate. It was validating. That's what I've been telling you. Your work resonates because it feels authentic, even when you're writing about experiences you haven't had personally. You have that rare gift of emotional insight." But it wasn't just emotional insight, Harper thought as she ended the call. It was 3 years of watching Jack Maddox, of cataloguing his expressions, his movements, his rare smiles. It was imagining his life before Windmere Cove, creating scenarios that explained the shadows in his eyes. She'd built her most successful characters on the scaffold of a man she barely knew. Was that creative genius, as Margot suggested? Or was it a strange, one-sided intimacy that bordered on invasion of privacy? The question haunted her as she tried to focus on her historical research. By mid-afternoon, she gave up and decided to walk to Sea Pages to see if Abby had any insights from the event that might help her make sense of her conflicted feelings. The small bookstore was busy with Saturday shoppers. Abby spotted her and waved her over to the counter. "Harper, just the person I wanted to see." Abby reached under the counter and pulled out an envelope. "This came for LL Moon this morning. I thought you might want it right away." Harper stared at the envelope labelled simply LL Moon. The handwriting was bold and angular, masculine. "It's from him, isn't it?" Abby whispered, leaning forward. "Your hot neighbour who couldn't take his eyes off Carly last night." "We don't know that," Harper protested, but her racing pulse suggested otherwise. "Did he say anything when he dropped it off?" "Just that he hoped it would reach you. He seemed earnest." Abby studied Harper's face. "You're really into him, aren't you? This isn't just a crush on the guy next door." Harper sighed, tucking the letter into her bag. "It's complicated. I hardly know him in real life, but I feel like I understand parts of him that maybe no one else does. It's why my characters work. They're pieces of him, filtered through my imagination." "Well, now you have a way to know the real him," Abby said, nodding at Harper's bag where the letter lay hidden. "This could be the start of something, Harper. A real connection, not just one in your head." Harper wasn't so sure, but she thanked Abby and left, the letter burning a hole in her bag all the way home. Once inside, she made tea, arranged herself on the window seat, and carefully opened the envelope. By the time she finished reading Jack's letter, tears were streaming down her face. The raw honesty of his words, the vulnerability he'd shown to a person he believed was a stranger. It moved her in ways she hadn't expected. She hadn't been wrong about him. The man she'd imagined, the one who inspired Commander Stone and her other heroes, was real. But he was also so much more complicated, more genuine, more wounded and hopeful than any character she could create. Without allowing herself to overthink it, Harper took out a sheet of her personal stationery, cream-coloured with a small lighthouse embossed in the corner, a gift from a library patron, and began to write. "Dear Jay, your letter touched me deeply. Thank you for your service, but more importantly, thank you for trusting me with your thoughts about coming home, about the challenges of returning to a world that seems to operate on different rules than the one you left. I don't have direct experience with military service. My understanding comes from research, from listening, and perhaps from a kind of emotional empathy that has always allowed me to imagine my way into others' experiences. But nothing I write has the legitimacy of lived experience, so your confirmation that I got some of it right means more than you know. You mentioned struggling with simple conversations with someone you'd like to know better. I understand that feeling, though from a different angle. I'm a naturally reserved person. In my daily life, I often find myself tongue-tied around others, especially people I admire or am drawn to. It's ironic that I can write thousands of words about the most intimate human connections, yet sometimes fail to make small talk in real life. Perhaps that's why writing is so freeing. On the page, we can be our best, most articulate selves. We can say the things we wish we could say out loud, like this. Thank you for seeing me. Not just LL Moon, the author with a mysterious persona, but the person behind the words who is trying, just like you, to make sense of human connection in all its beautiful complexity. Warmly, L. Harper sealed the letter before she could reconsider. Tomorrow she'd take it to Abby for delivery back to Jack. It was a risk, revealing even this much of herself, but something about Jack's honesty demanded honesty in return. And thus began a correspondence that would change everything. Over the next 3 weeks, Harper lived in 2 parallel worlds that were increasingly difficult to keep separate. In one world she was Harper Lennox, librarian, who now exchanged slightly longer but still awkward greetings with Jack Maddox when they crossed paths. She'd progressed from good morning to actual questions like, Did you enjoy the Steinbeck? And comments such as, the garden looks nice. Baby steps, but progress nonetheless. In the other world, she was LL Moon, who exchanged increasingly intimate letters with Jay, sharing thoughts, fears, and hopes that she'd never expressed to anyone else. Their correspondence had quickly evolved from discussion of her books to deeper reflections on life, purpose, and connection. Jack wrote about nightmares that still plagued him, missions he couldn't discuss but whose weight he still carried. She wrote about her fear of being truly seen, the contradiction of craving connection but fearing exposure. Neither mentioned identifying details. She was careful never to reference her work as librarian, and he never mentioned Winmere Cove by name, but with each exchange they revealed more of their true selves. Meanwhile, Harper was halfway through writing the next book in her series, and for the first time she felt a twinge of guilt using Jack as inspiration. The man in her imagination was being replaced by the real person she was coming to know through his letters, more complex, more vulnerable, more human than any character she could create. On a rainy Thursday afternoon, Harper was shelving books in the reference section when she heard the library door open. A quick glance at her watch confirmed it was 10:15, Jack's regular time. She smoothed her cardigan and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear before emerging from between the shelves. "Good morning," she said, smiling more naturally than she once had. Jack returned the smile, a real one that reached his eyes, not the guarded half-smile she was used to. "Morning, I finished these," he said, placing 2 LL Moon books on the counter. They were illuminating. Harper's pulse quickened. "You're working your way through her catalogue, I see." "I am." Jack ran a hand through his hair, slightly damp from the rain. "I had some correspondence with her, actually, through the bookstore." "Oh?" Harper hoped her surprise sounded genuine. "She's not what I expected." He seemed to be choosing his words carefully. "More genuine, less steamy romance novelist," Harper supplied with a small laugh. Jack's eyes crinkled at the corners. "Exactly. There's a depth there that surprised me." He hesitated. "Have you read her new one, Midnight Reconnaissance?" Harper nodded, her mouth suddenly dry. "Of course. I ordered it for the library." "The main character stone. Did you notice anything familiar about him?" Harper froze, alarm bells clanging in her head. "Familiar how?" Jack shook his head, as if dismissing a thought. "Nothing. Just something that struck me." He glanced at the new releases section. "Anything good coming this week?" Crisis temporarily averted, Harper led him to the display, recommending a few titles she thought he might enjoy. As they talked, more easily than ever before, she couldn't help but notice the way his expression softened when he looked at her. How he seemed more present, less guarded. Was it possible that their letter exchange was affecting how he saw her, even though he had no idea that Harper and LL Moon were one and the same? "I was wondering," Jack said as she checked out his new selections, "if you'd like to get coffee sometime. There's a new place on the pier that's supposed to be good." Harper nearly dropped his book. "Coffee? With me?" A flash of uncertainty crossed his face. "If you're interested, no pressure." "Yes," she said quickly. "I'd like that. Very much." His smile then, warm, genuine, a little relieved, sent a flutter through her chest. "Great, Saturday morning around 10. "Perfect, Harper." Agreed, handing him his books. As Jack left, Harper sank into her chair, conflicting emotions washing over her. Joy at the prospect of spending time with him, guilt at the deception that was growing more complicated by the day, and a gnawing fear that when the truth inevitably came out, she would lose both the real connection they were forming and the fantasy one she'd created through their letters. That evening, another letter from Jack arrived via Abby. Harper made herself wait until after dinner to open it, savouring the anticipation. These letters had become the highlight of her weeks, a space where she could be completely herself without fear of judgment. Dear Elle, I did something impulsive today. I asked out my neighbour, the shy librarian I mentioned before. We're getting coffee Saturday. I'm both looking forward to it and terrified I'll say the wrong thing and ruin whatever small progress we've made toward actual conversation. Is it strange that I feel I can talk to you more easily than to someone standing right in front of me? With you, the words flow. With her, I fumble and forget basic English. Yet there's something about her that draws me. A quietness that feels like it's full of thoughts she doesn't share. A sense that there's so much more beneath the surface than she lets people see. In your last letter, you asked what I hope for now that I'm back in civilian life. I've been thinking about it for days. The honest answer is that for a long time, I didn't hope for anything. I came back, inherited my grandfather's house, and existed. I renovated rooms. I read books. I went through the motions. But lately I've started to want more. Connection. Purpose. Maybe even a future that feels like more than just surviving each day. Your books, your words, helped with that. They reminded me that broken people can still find wholeness, that the past doesn't have to define everything that comes after. So thank you for that gift, and wish me luck on Saturday. I'll try not to be completely awkward. Yours, J. Harper set the letter down, her hands trembling slightly. Jack was developing feelings for both versions of her. The author he corresponded with and the librarian he was getting to know. It was both wonderful and terrible, a dream and a nightmare colliding. She couldn't write back tonight. How could she respond to a letter about himself asking her out? The layers of deception were becoming too complex, the moral ground too shaky. For the first time since their correspondence began, Harper didn't immediately reply. Instead, she opened her laptop and stared at the manuscript of her new novel, the words blurring before her eyes. How had a simple pen name, a private way to express herself without judgment, turned into this elaborate double life? And more importantly, how could she find her way back to honesty without losing Jack in the process? Saturday morning dawned clear and bright, as if the universe were offering perfect weather as compensation for Harper's internal turmoil. She changed outfits 3 times before settling on a simple blue dress that Abby had once told her brought out her eyes. Contacts instead of glasses, hair down instead of up, small changes that made her look more like Carly from The Masquerade without being obviously different from her everyday self. The coffee shop on the pier was a charming converted boathouse with large windows overlooking the water. Harper arrived 5 minutes early but found Jack already there, securing a table by the window. He stood when he saw her, that warm smile appearing again. "You look nice," he said as she sat down. "Thank you," Harper replied, hoping the blush she felt wasn't too obvious. "So do you." It wasn't just politeness. The blue Henley he wore matched his eyes, and he seemed more relaxed than she'd ever seen him. Conversation flowed more easily than she'd expected. They discussed books. He was making his way through the classics he'd missed while enlisted. Music. They discovered a shared appreciation for jazz and local history. Harper knew all about the town's past as a smuggler's haven, which fascinated Jack. "I've lived next door to you for 3 years," Jack said as they finished their second coffees, "and I feel like I'm just now meeting you." "I'm not very good at people," Harper admitted. "Books are easier. They don't judge if you say the wrong thing." Jack nodded, understanding in his eyes. "I get that. When I first got back, crowds were impossible. Conversations felt like tactical operations. Too many variables, too much that could go wrong." He paused. "It's better now. Some days are still hard, but overall better." "What helped?" Harper asked, genuinely curious despite already knowing parts of the answer from his letters. "Time. Routine." He looked out at the water. "And recently, finding connections that matter." remembering how to be human again. The way he looked at her then made Harper's heart ache with both joy and guilt. There was interest there, warmth, the beginning of something that could be wonderful, if it weren't built on a foundation of half-truths and omissions. "Can I ask you something?" Jack said suddenly. It might seem strange. Harper nodded, a flutter of anxiety in her stomach. "Have you ever heard Met L.L. Moon?" For a moment Harper couldn't breathe. Yes, of course. I order her books for the library. They're quite popular." Jack studied her face. "There's something familiar about her writing, something I can't quite place." He shook his head. "Sorry, that probably sounds crazy." "Not crazy," Harper managed. "Many readers feel a personal connection to writers they enjoy. It's the magic of good writing. It feels like it's speaking directly to you." "It's more than that," Jack insisted. "There are phrases, insights. It's as if she knows things she couldn't possibly know." He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture Harper described in her most recent novel. "Anyway, I'm probably reading too much into it." Harper knew she should let it drop, but something pushed her to ask, "Have you read all her books now?" "Almost, and I've been writing to her through the bookstore. We've been corresponding for a few weeks." "Oh? What do you write about?" Harper held her breath, waiting for his answer. Jack's expression softened. "Everything. Nothing. Life. It's the strangest thing. Writing to someone I've never properly met, yet feeling like she understands me better than people I've known for years." The guilt Harper had been carrying crystallized into resolution. This had gone too far. She couldn't continue deceiving him, not when he was opening up to her, to both versions of her, with such honesty. "Jack, Sorry," he interrupted, looking embarrassed. "I didn't mean to go on about it. It's just been unexpected, finding that connection through letters." Harper swallowed the confession that had been on the tip of her tongue. Not here, not now. This needed to be done carefully, thoughtfully. "I understand," she said instead. "Sometimes the written word allows for a kind of honesty that's harder face to face." "Exactly." The smile he gave her then was so full of warmth that Harper knew, whatever came next, she had to find a way to tell him the truth, even if it meant losing him. As their coffee date ended and Jack walked her home, their hands occasionally brushing, Harper made a decision. She would write one more letter as L.L. Moon, a letter that would begin the process of revealing the truth, whatever the consequences. "Dear Jay, I've started this letter 12 times, and each attempt feels inadequate. How do you tell someone that you've been less than honest, that what began as a small omission has grown into something that keeps you awake at night? You asked in your first letter how I could understand so well what it feels like to come home from war. The truth is, I don't, not from personal experience, but I do, understand what it means to live a divided life, to present one face to the world while keeping another hidden. My pen name wasn't meant to become a deception. It was protection, a way to express parts of myself I couldn't share as the person I am in daily life. But as L.L. Moon became successful, the division grew. Now I find myself in an impossible situation, connected to someone in 2 separate ways, neither of them fully honest. I need to tell you something important, something that may change how you see me in these letters we've shared. I'm not asking for forgiveness, only the chance to explain in person. If you're willing to hear me out, come to See Pages this Friday at 7 p.m. No masks this time, just truth. With hope, L. Harper read the letter one last time before sealing it, her hands trembling slightly. She'd chosen her words carefully, revealing enough to be honest without giving away everything in writing. Some truths needed to be spoken face to face. Abby had agreed to close the bookstore early on Friday to give Harper and Jack privacy for what promised to be a difficult conversation. Now all Harper could do was deliver the letter and wait, the knot in her stomach growing tighter with each passing day. On Thursday morning, Harper was shelving new arrivals when she heard the library door open. Jack's distinctive footsteps approached, and she steeled herself to face him, unsure what his reaction to her letter had been. "Good morning," she said, turning with a smile she hoped didn't betray her nerves. "Morning." His expression was unreadable. "Got a minute to talk?" Harper nodded, her mouth suddenly dry. "Of course. Let me just..." She finished shelving the book in her hand and led him to the small reading nook at the back of the library, away from the few morning patrons browsing the shelves. "Is everything okay?" she asked as they sat in adjacent armchairs. Jack studied her face for a long moment. "I got a strange letter from L.L. Moon yesterday. She wants to meet in person, says she hasn't been honest with me." Harper's pulse hammered in her ears. "Are you going to go?" "I don't know." He ran a hand through his hair. "It's complicated." "Because of the pen name? The anonymity?" Harper asked carefully. "Partly." Jack leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "But also because of you." "Me?" Her voice came out higher than she intended. "This thing between us. Coffee, conversations, getting to know each other. It matters to me. A lot." His eyes held hers, sincere and direct. "And these letters with L.L. Moon. They've meant something too. It's confusing to feel connected to two different people at the same time." Harper's heart ached with the irony of his words. Maybe they're not as different as you think," Jack frowned. "What do you mean?" It was now or never. Harper took a deep breath. "Jack, I need to tell you something important. The library door chimed, and Martha, Harper's elderly assistant, appeared at the end of the aisle. "Harper, dear, the school group is here for the reading hour. 33rd graders waiting in the children's section." Harper closed her eyes briefly, frustration washing over her. "I'll be right there, Martha." She turned back to Jack. "I'm sorry. I have to..." "It's okay," he said, standing. "We can talk later." "Friday," Harper said impulsively. "Are you free Friday evening?" Jack's expression shifted, something like suspicion crossing his features. "Friday at 7? Harper nodded, her heart racing. "Please, come. It's important." He studied her face for a long moment. "Harper, are you..." "I have to go," she said, rising quickly. "But please, Jack, Friday at 7, see Page's bookstore. I'll explain everything." Before he could respond, she hurried away, leaving him standing alone in the reading nook, confusion evident in his expression. The next day and a half were among the longest of Harper's life. She checked her phone obsessively, half expecting a message from Jack, though they'd never actually exchanged numbers. She jumped every time the library door opened, but Jack didn't return. By Friday evening, Harper was a bundle of nerves as she walked to see Page's. Abby had arranged the store much as she had for the masquerade event, but more simply. Just 2 comfortable chairs facing each other in a quiet corner, a bottle of wine and 2 glasses on a small table between them. "He'll come," Abby reassured her, squeezing her shoulder before leaving. "And it'll work out. He cares about you. Both versions of you." Harper smiled weakly. "Thanks. For everything." As Abby's car pulled away, Harper poured herself a glass of wine with shaking hands. It was 6:55 p.m. She sat in one of the chairs, smoothing her dress, the same deep blue one she'd worn to the masquerade, a deliberate choice to help Jack make the connection. At 7:10, there was still no sign of him. Harper's hope began to fade. He wasn't coming. He'd figured it out and was too angry, too hurt to face her. At 7:22, just as she was about to give up, the bookstore door opened. Jack stood there, his expression guarded as he took in the scene. The empty store, the wine, Harper in her blue dress. "You came," she said softly, standing. "You knew I would," he replied, closing the door behind him. "You're her, aren't you? L.L. Moon." Harper nodded, her heart in her throat. "Yes." Jack moved closer, his eyes never leaving her face. "I suspected. after I got your letter. Things started falling into place. The way you both use certain phrases, the timing of the masked event, how much LL Moon seemed to know about me in her books. When did you know for sure? Harper asked. I didn't. Not until just now. He stopped a few feet away from her. Were you ever going to tell me if I hadn't started to figure it out? Yes, Harper said firmly. That's why I wrote the letter, why I asked you to come tonight. I couldn't keep lying to you, not when you were being so honest with me, both as Harper and as LL Moon. Jack was quiet for a long moment. Why the deception? Why not just tell me from the beginning? Harper gestured to the chairs. It's a long story. Will you sit? Please? After a moment's hesitation, Jack nodded, taking the seat across from her. Harper poured him a glass of wine, which he accepted but didn't drink. I never meant to deceive you specifically, she began. The pen name came first, years before you moved to Windmere Cove. I was teaching literature at a small college then, shy, insecure about my writing. LL Moon was protection, a way to separate my professional life from what I thought would be a small, private, creative outlet. But it wasn't small for long, Jack said. Harper shook her head. No, the books took off, and suddenly maintaining my anonymity became crucial. I moved here for the privacy, for a fresh start where no one knew me as either person. Then you moved in next door and what? Jack prompted when she paused. Harper met his eyes. And you became my muse, the quiet, guarded neighbour with ghosts in his eyes. I started writing characters inspired by what I imagined your story might be. A flicker of discomfort crossed Jack's face. You wrote about me without knowing me. Yes, Harper admitted, and I'm sorry for that. It was presumptuous and unfair. But then I got to know you, through our letters, through our conversations at the library and over coffee, and I realised how much more complex, how much more human you are than any character I could create. Jack was quiet, processing her words. At the masquerade event when we talked, you knew exactly who I was. Yes, and I was terrified you'd recognise me, but also thrilled to finally have a real conversation with you, without my usual shyness getting in the way. So Carly was what? A performance? There was a hint of hurt in his voice. No, Harper said quickly. That was me, a version of me without the barriers I usually put up. Just like LL Moon in our letters was me, being more honest and open than I've ever been with anyone. Jack took a sip of his wine, his expression thoughtful. You've been living a double life all this time? Triple, actually, Harper said with a sad smile. Harper the shy librarian, Carly the confident woman at the masquerade, and LL Moon the successful author who writes the words I can't say out loud. But they're all me, Jack, different facets of the same person. And which one was falling for me? The directness of his question took her breath away. All of them, she whispered. That's why I had to tell you the truth, because I couldn't bear to keep lying to someone She trailed off, unable to say the words. Someone you what? Jack pressed, leaning forward. Someone I'm falling in love with, Harper finished, her voice barely audible. Jack was silent for what felt like an eternity. Then, slowly, he reached across the table and took her hand in his. I have one more question. Harper nodded, her heart pounding. Anything. The letter you wrote me after the masquerade, was that real? Were those your true feelings, or just part of the act? Every word was real, Harper said without hesitation. I've never been more honest than in those letters, Jack. That's the irony of all this. I had to hide behind a pen name to show you who I really am. Jack's thumb traced small circles on the back of her hand. I understand that better than you might think. It's sometimes easier to be brave on paper or behind a mask. Are you angry? Harper asked softly. I was, he admitted. When I first suspected, I felt betrayed, used even. But then I reread our letters and realised that whatever name you were using, the connection between us was real. He paused. I'm still processing all this, Harper. It's a lot to take in. I know, and I'll understand if you need time, or if you can't forgive the deception. Jack studied their joined hands. I've spent years building walls, keeping people at a distance. Through your books, your letters, you somehow found a way past those defences. That matters more to me than the name you used to do it. Hope bloomed in Harper's chest. So where do we go from here? Jack finally smiled. That rare, genuine smile that had always made her heart skip. I think we start over. No masks, no pen names. Just Jack and Harper, getting to know each other for real this time. He stood, still holding her hand, and pulled her gently to her feet. Harper Lennox, would you like to have dinner with me tomorrow night? I'd like to properly meet the woman behind the words that helped me find my way home. Harper felt tears of relief sting her eyes. I'd love that, Jack Maddox. As he drew her into his arms, Harper felt the walls between her separate selves beginning to dissolve. She wasn't Harper or Carly or LL Moon. She was all of them, and more. A whole person finally brave enough to be seen. Jack's lips met hers, in a kiss that felt like both a beginning and a homecoming. When they parted, his forehead resting against hers, he whispered, I think our story might be even better than the ones you write. Harper smiled up at him, no longer hiding. Then let's write it together, one page at a time. Outside C. Page's bookstore, the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, while inside, two people who had spent years living in shadows finally stepped into the light, ready to discover what happened after Happily Ever After, when the real story was just beginning. The end. The last bus to Odesa. The bus smelled like 18 years of spilled coffee and broken dreams. Kimberly Ramirez pressed her fingers against her temple, willing away the headache that had been building since O'Hare. She'd specifically chosen the last bus to Odesa because she thought it would be empty, a chance to decompress before facing her family's inevitable questions about why she was arriving at her sister's wedding alone. Again. Ladies and gentlemen, the driver's voice crackled through the intercom. We're experiencing some mechanical difficulties. We'll be pulling into Cedar Falls for emergency repairs. Through the frost-laced window, Kimberly watched the landscape transform from urban sprawl to endless Iowa farmland, now being swallowed by what the weather app euphemistically called winter precipitation. She counted exactly one other passenger, a guy in his late 20s wearing a thrift store sweater, hunched over a notebook like it contained state secrets. When the bus lurched into the station, a glorified shack with peeling paint, she finally got a better look at him. Scruffy brown hair that definitely hadn't seen a professional in months, wire-rimmed glasses slightly askew, and the kind of expression her divorce clients wore when they still believed in happy endings. Folks, I'm afraid we're looking at an overnight stay, the driver announced, his voice carrying the weariness of someone who'd delivered this news too many times. There's a waiting room inside. Heat works most of the time. The poet, she'd decided to call him that based on his notebook, bounded off the bus with an optimism that made her teeth ache. He held the door open for her, offering a smile that was either genuine or insane. In her experience, the two often overlapped. Thanks, she muttered, pulling her coat tighter. The wind hit like a personal insult. Inside the depot, fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting everything in a sickly green tint. The poet claimed a bench near an ancient space heater, while Kimberly chose the opposite corner, maximising distance and minimising the chance of conversation. Her phone displayed 17 missed calls from her mother and a text from her sister. "Where are you?" "Could be worse," the poet called out, apparently mistaking her visible distress for an invitation to chat. "At least we're not camping." Kimberly studied him over her phone. Up close she noticed flour dusting his sweater cuffs and a callus on his middle finger that spoke of excessive pen use. "You do this often? Get stranded in Iowa." First time, actually. I usually fly, but... He gestured vaguely at his notebook. Writer's retreat in Nebraska got cancelled. Decided to turn the trip into material. Ah, a writer. She loaded the word with all the disdain 8 years of family law had equipped her with. In her experience, artists and alimony rarely mixed well. Jake Morrison, he offered, extending a hand she didn't take. Kimberly. The lights flickered. Once. Twice. Then steadied, as if the building was gathering courage for what came next. So, Jake said, apparently immune to social cues, what's your story? Business trip? Family obligation? Secret rendezvous? Wedding? Sisters? Tomorrow? She punctuated each word like separate sentences, hoping he'd get the hint. Ah, the classic wedding anxiety. Been there. Well, not to my sisters. I don't have one. But weddings in general. Emotional minefields. Her phone battery dropped to 15%. Perfect. Look, she said, turning to face him properly for the first time. I'm not great at small talk. I'm going to sit here, try to figure out how to explain to my sister why I'll probably miss her wedding, and generally contemplate my life choices. You're welcome to do whatever poets do in blizzards. He blinked, then laughed. Not the nervous kind she expected, but something genuine and warm. Fair enough. Though for the record, poets in blizzards mostly think about how snow is a metaphor for everything. Despite herself, her mouth twitched. Everything? Purity, death, new beginnings, the blank page, this silence between words, the way, okay, I get it. But she was almost smiling now, which annoyed her. She didn't smile at poets. She barely smiled at opposing counsel when they finally conceded. Her phone died with a tiny chime that sounded exactly like resignation. Oh no, she whispered. Blessing in disguise, Jake offered. Now you can't check your emails. Now I can't call my sister, or my mother, or anyone. True. He considered this. But also, now you have to be here. Really here. With Iowa, and me, and... He gestured around the depot. Whatever this is. A rat scurried across the floor. The lights flickered again. The heater made a concerning grinding noise. This, Kimberly said slowly, might be the worst night of my life. Might be, Jake agreed cheerfully, or we could make it. Interesting. Want to hear about the dream I had last week about a bakery that sells temporal pastries? She stared at him. Really stared. This guy, this broke-looking, overly optimistic poet, was suggesting they pass time with bedtime stories like children at a sleepover. You're insane, she declared. Probably, but I'm also not wrong. We've got... He checked his phone. 8 hours minimum. Could wallow in misery. Could practice small talk about the weather. Or we could tell stories. Real ones. Weird ones. The kind you usually keep locked away. The lights went out completely. In the darkness, Kimberly heard herself laugh. Not the bitter bark she used in depositions, but something rusty and surprised. You know what? Why the hell not? But I'm warning you, my stories aren't pretty. Good, Jake's voice came through the dark. Neither are mine. The emergency lighting kicked in 20 minutes later, bathing them in an amber glow that made everything look sepia-toned and unreal. Jake had migrated closer, carrying the space heater like a peace offering. So, he said, settling onto the bench beside her. Not close enough to be presumptuous, but close enough that she could see his notebook up close. The pages were filled with cramped handwriting, sketches, coffee stains. Ground rules for story time? Kimberly considered this. In her profession, everything had rules, boundaries, clearly defined terms. No lies of omission, and nothing we wouldn't tell our therapists. Brutal honesty. I like it. He flipped through his notebook. Ladies first? Or should I lead with the temporal bakery? God, start with the bakery. I need to warm up to brutal honesty. Jake's face lit up with a kind of enthusiasm usually reserved for children and religious converts. Okay, so picture this. There's this bakery, right? Hidden between a dry cleaner and a shop that only sells left shoes. Don't ask why, that's a different story. The sign just says, yesterday's tomorrow, and the hours are flexible. Flexible how? They open when you need them to, not when you want them to, when you need them. Anyway, they don't sell regular pastries, they sell moments, like you bite into a croissant and suddenly you're 5 again, sitting in your grandmother's kitchen while she teaches you to fold paper airplanes, or you take a sip of their coffee and you're experiencing your first kiss, except this time you don't bump noses. Despite herself, Kimberly was leaning in. What's the catch? The catch is, you can't choose which moment you get, and sometimes... He paused, his enthusiasm dimming slightly. Sometimes you bite into something that tastes like goodbye, like the last time you saw someone you loved, and you didn't know it was the last time. The heater hummed between them. Outside, the storm was picking up, rattling the windows in their frames. My mum, he continued quietly, had dementia, Alzheimer's, and for the last 2 years, I kept thinking I'd go to that bakery if it existed, buy a whole tray of eclairs or whatever, just to have one more real conversation with her. Kimberly felt something uncomfortable shifting in her chest. When did she die? 8 months ago. She didn't remember me for the last 6 months, but I kept visiting anyway. Read her poetry, mine and others. I think she liked the rhythm of it, even when the words didn't mean anything to her anymore. They sat in silence for a moment, the kind of silence that felt necessary rather than awkward. My turn? She asked finally. Your turn. She took a breath. Okay, real story. About 5 months ago I had this case. Divorce, obviously. 22 years of marriage, 2 kids, the whole suburban dream. The wife came to me because she'd found texts on her husband's phone. But here's the thing, the texts weren't what you'd expect. Not an affair? No, he was texting his dead brother, like full conversations. Hey Jim, kid got into college. Jim, Sarah made meatloaf again, count your blessings. Jim, I think I'm losing myself in this marriage. Jake was quiet, processing. Was he talking to someone pretending to be his brother? No, he had his brother's old phone, charged it every night, would write these texts but never send them, just saved them in drafts, for 3 years, after the accident. Jesus. The wife thought he was having some elaborate affair. Turns out he was just grieving, still. But she couldn't understand why he'd never told her, and he couldn't understand why she'd snooped. And I'm sitting there thinking about all the things I don't tell people, all the conversations I have with ghosts. What happened? They're still married, counselling. The husband keeps texting his brother, but now the wife reads them sometimes. Says it helps her understand him better than 20 years of actual conversation. Jake nodded slowly. My dad left when I was 12. I wrote him letters for years. Never sent them. Still have them in a shoebox somewhere. What do they say? Mostly questions. Why he left. Whether it was because of something I did. Whether he thinks about us. Whether he knows I tried to be the man of the house at 12 and failed spectacularly. The lights flickered again, and this time they heard a transformer explode somewhere in the distance. They were fully committed to emergency lighting now. Your turn, Kimberly said, and make it weird. Jake grinned, and she realised she liked his smile. Not in a professional networking way, but in a way that made her stomach do something complicated. Okay, weird story. True story. When I was 16, I got a job at this movie theatre in Des Moines. Wait, you're from Iowa? Born and raised. Don't hold it against me. Anyway, this theatre had been there since the 50s, and on slow nights, I'd sneak into Screen 7 to do my homework. Screen 7 was weird. The movies changed. Changed how? Like you'd put in The Princess Bride, but the movie that played would be The Princess Bride if Wesley had actually died, or if Buttercup had married Humperdinck out of spite, or if the whole thing was a metaphor for the Cold War. That's impossible. Right? That's what I thought. So I started documenting it, bringing friends, testing different movies. Turns out Screen 7 showed alternate endings. Not just alternate versions. It showed what would happen if the characters made different choices. And nobody else noticed. The manager knew, said it had been happening since 1967, said some nights the screen would just go blank for 20 minutes and people would emerge crying or laughing or completely silent. Said management kept it quiet because it was good for business. Kimberly raised an eyebrow. You're making this up. Am I? I can draw you a map. Fine. What did you watch? Everything I could get my hands on. But there was one rule. You could only watch each movie once. After that, Screen 7 would just show the regular version, no matter how many times you tried. What was your favourite alternate ending? It's a Wonderful Life, where George Bailey decides to leave Bedford Falls, becomes a travel writer, sees the world, falls in love with a war correspondent in London, comes back 20 years later as a stranger, walks through town, realises most people are better off without him. Not bitter, just different, more complex. That's dark. No, that's the thing. It wasn't dark. It was true. Like brutally, uncomfortably true about how sometimes the best thing you can do for people is not be their everything. She looked at him then. Really looked. This scruffy poet with flour on his cuffs and stories about magic bakeries was saying something she'd never heard from anyone else. Not from her clients who clung to marriages like life rafts. Not from her mother who still asked when she was going to settle down. Not from herself in 17. Years of dating men who made sense on paper. My turn, she said. Really weird story. Also true. Hit me. I keep a list. On my phone. Well, kept, before it died. A list of all the couples I've divorced and why they split. Not for legal reasons, just personal curiosity. How many couples? 347. And you know what the number one reason is? It's not infidelity. It's not money problems. It's not even the in-laws. What is it? They stop being curious about each other. Like truly curious. Not how was your day curious. More like, what do you dream about when you dream in colour curious. They start seeing each other as functions. Wife function. Husband function. And then one day they realise they're living with a stranger who just happens to share their Netflix password. Jake was quiet for a long moment. That's the most depressing thing I've ever heard. Is it? I always thought it was hopeful. How? Because curiosity isn't finite. You can get it back. If you want to. If you're brave enough to admit you don't know everything about the person you've been sleeping next to for 20 years. The storm outside had turned into something biblical. Snow pressed against the windows until they couldn't see out anymore. The depot felt like a spacecraft, untethered from the real world. Tell me something you've never told anyone, Jake said suddenly. For real. Kimberly hesitated. This was dangerous territory. The kind of conversation that happened in therapy or AA meetings or 3 a.m. phone calls you regretted in the morning. I've never been in love, she heard herself say. Not really. I thought I was, a few times, but it was always strategic. Like I picked men the way I pick cases. Good chance of success. Limited risk of catastrophic failure. Why? Because, she said, and her voice sounded strange to her own ears. My dad left when I was 9. Just vanished. No note, no forwarding address. And my mum fell apart. Completely. Couldn't get out of bed for months. I had to feed my little sister, check her homework, lie to teachers. I swore I'd never let anyone have that much power over me. So you became a divorce lawyer. So I became a divorce lawyer, and I'm very good at it. I protect people from the fallout of failed love. Document it, quantify it, divide it into equitable portions. But you don't let yourself feel it. Feeling it is the problem. That's what breaks people. The feeling. Jake reached into his bag and pulled out a thermos. Coffee? It's probably awful. Bus station vending machine, but at least it's warm. She accepted the cup, their fingers brushing briefly. The coffee was indeed awful, but the warmth was perfect. My turn for radical honesty, Jake said. I'm not really going to a poetry retreat. Colour me shocked. No, I mean, there is no retreat. I made it up. I'm actually running away. My ex-fiancée married my brother 6 weeks ago. Big wedding. Whole family there, except me. I told them I had a retreat. Booked a bus ticket to nowhere. Been riding buses for 3 days. Kimberly felt her lawyer instincts kicking in. Your brother? My older brother, Seth. The responsible one. The one who took over the family farm. The one everyone always said would make something of himself. Unlike me, the artsy loser who went to college for creative writing. When did you find out? About them. 6 months ago. Grace, my ex, said she needed space to think. Then she started spending time at the farm, getting to know my family better. By the time I realised what was happening, they were engaged. And your family knew? Mum called it a blessing. Said Grace had always fit in better with them anyway. Said maybe now I'd come to my senses and settle down. Jesus. The worst part, she's right. Grace does fit in. She laughs at Seth's jokes about crop yields. She makes perfect dinner rolls from scratch. She never once complained about living in a town with one stoplight. She's everything I'm not. Kimberly found herself getting angry on his behalf, which was new. And what does she do? First grade teacher, she's amazing with kids, patient, nurturing, the kind of person who knows how to make Halloween costumes from scratch. That's not what I meant. What did you mean? I meant, does she write? Does she see the world like you do? Does she understand why someone would drive 500 miles for a poetry reading, or stay up until 3 a.m. because the words are finally coming, right? Jake blinked at her. No, she doesn't. Then she's not amazing. She's just someone else. Someone who probably needed to marry your brother more than she needed to understand you. When did you become a relationship counsellor? I've been one for years. I just usually see people after everything's already broken. At 2 a.m, the space heater gave up with a sound like a dying robot. The temperature dropped immediately, visible breath forming between them in the amber light. Well, Jake said, rubbing his hands together, this is cosy. That's one word for it. Kimberly was already shivering. Her business-appropriate wool coat hadn't been designed for Iowa blizzards. Here. Jake dug into his backpack and produced a mess of scarves, what appeared to be a spare sweater, and several bus blankets he'd apparently hoarded. Emergency supplies, Boy Scout training die hard. You were a Boy Scout? Eagle Scout, actually, which is ironic considering I can't tie my shoes properly half the time. She accepted a scarf and watched him create a nest of sorts on the bench. Despite everything, the cold, the circumstances, the fact that she was about to miss her sister's wedding, she felt oddly calm. Kimberly, Jake said carefully, we should probably share. Body heat. Purely practical. She raised an eyebrow. Smooth. No, I mean, God, I'm sorry, that came out wrong. I just meant, Jake. Yeah? Shut up and make room. She settled next to him, careful to maintain some distance even as they arranged the blankets. The intimacy felt strange. She hadn't shared space like this with anyone in... She couldn't remember how long. Better? He asked. Better? They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching their breath mist in the cold air. Kimberly found herself studying his profile in the dim light. He had the kind of face that was interesting rather than conventionally handsome. Too angular, features too thoughtful, but there was something about the way he held himself that suggested he was comfortable with exactly who he was. Can I ask you something? She said finally. After everything we've shared tonight, you're still asking permission? Fair point. Why poetry? Jake considered this, absently tapping his pen against his notebook. My mom used to read to me, not just kids' books, real poetry. Neruda, Dickinson, Hughes. I was maybe 6 and I didn't understand most of it, but I loved the sound, the rhythm, the way words could stack on top of each other and suddenly mean something completely different. And then Dad left and she kept reading. More, actually. Like poetry was the only thing that made sense when nothing else did. I started writing my own when I was 12. Terrible stuff. But it helped. What did you write about? Everything 6-year-olds write about when they're trying to make sense of the world. Why the sky's blue. Where the dogs dream. Why dads sometimes don't come home. Kimberly felt something uncomfortable in her chest. Not pity exactly, but recognition. I started planning when my dad left. Everything. Every day mapped out. Homework schedule, meal plan, chore chart. Control was my poetry. Did it help? Yes and no. I never missed a deadline, never forgot anything. But I also never relaxed. Never let things just be messy and uncertain. Until tonight. Yeah, until tonight, when I'm literally stuck in Iowa with a poet and no phone and my entire family probably thinks I've been murdered. There are worse fates. Are there? But she was smiling. Jake pulled his notebook closer. Want to hear something I wrote tonight? While you were glaring at your dying phone? Let me guess. Haiku about blizzards being metaphors for the human condition? Worse. Free verse about accidental companionship. Oh God. Yes, absolutely. Hit me with your worst. He cleared his throat dramatically. Stranded, an ode to Cedar Falls Depot, by Jake Morrison. 2 strangers walk into a blizzard. Sounds like the start of a bad joke. But here we are, trading stories like currency while winter holds us hostage. She counts broken marriages like rosary beads. I collect metaphors like other people collect stamps. Neither of us planned this unexpected confession booth, this Arctic waiting room of truth. But sometimes the best stories are the unplanned ones, the detours that force you to actually see the view instead of racing towards some predetermined destination. Kimberly was quiet for a long moment. That's not terrible. High praise from a divorce lawyer. I mean it. It's... She struggled to find the right words. It's honest. And honesty is rare in my line of work. Honesty is rare everywhere. True. She hesitated. Can I tell you something? And promise not to psychoanalyze it or turn it into a poem? Promise. I think I engineered this. Subconsciously. Engineered what? Missing the wedding. I took the last bus when I could have flown. Didn't leave myself any backup options. Like part of me wanted to have an excuse not to be there. Why? Because watching other people get married is hard when you've spent 8 years helping people get divorced. Because my sister is perfect and I'm not. Because she's getting everything our mother wanted for us. And I'm 35 and still don't know what I want for myself. Maybe that's not a bug, it's a feature. How so? Maybe not knowing what you want means you're still open to possibilities. Maybe perfection is overrated. Maybe... He stopped abruptly. What? I was about to say something disgustingly optimistic and poetic. Caught myself just in time. She laughed. A real laugh this time. Don't hold back on my account. I'm stuck here anyway. Fine. Maybe the universe stuck us here because we both needed to stop running. You from the idea that love equals catastrophe. Me from the idea that I'm not good enough for anyone who actually knows me. That's the most disgustingly optimistic thing I've ever heard. I warned you. They were sitting closer now, the cold and the conversation drawing them together incrementally. Kimberly noticed details she'd missed before. The way Jake's hands moved when he talked, the small scar on his left eyebrow, the fact that he smelled like coffee and something else, maybe lavender soap. Jake, she said softly. Yeah? I'm glad we're stuck here. He turned to look at her and something passed between them. Not quite a decision, but an acknowledgement. The space between them felt charged, electric. Kimberly, don't talk, she said and leaned in. The kiss was tentative at first, then deeper. Jake tasted like terrible coffee and hope. Kimberly felt something crack open in her chest. Not breaking, but opening. Like a door she'd kept locked for years, finally giving way. When they pulled apart, they were both breathing hard. "That was," Jake started. "Yeah. Are we—" "I don't know." She rested her forehead against his. "I haven't done this in a very long time." "Done what?" "Kiss someone without a 3-year plan," he laughed softly. "How does it feel?" "Terrifying. Also—" She paused, considered lying, decided against it. "Also right." They kissed again, slower this time, hands finding their way under sweaters and scarves. The depot felt like their own private universe, the storm outside creating a bubble where normal rules didn't apply. "We should probably," Jake murmured against her neck, "talk about what this means." "Or," Kimberly said, surprised by her own boldness, "we could not talk for a while. I like the second option better." They didn't sleep much that night. Between kisses and whispered conversations and the increasingly creative ways they found to share body heat under the thin blankets, sleep seemed less important than this moment, this connection, this unexpected gift they'd been given by a broken-down bus and a Midwest blizzard. Around 4 a.m., wrapped in Jake's arms with the snow still falling outside, Kimberly had a thought that would have terrified her 12 hours earlier. Maybe her sister's wedding wasn't the most important thing happening that weekend after all. "You're thinking too loud," Jake murmured, half asleep. "Sorry, just processing." "Process later. Sleep now?" "Yeah," she said, settling more comfortably against him. "Sleep now." But she didn't sleep. Instead, she lay there listening to Jake's breathing, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, and marvelling at the fact that she wasn't panicking. For the first time in years, she wasn't making contingency plans or exit strategies, or calculating the probability of disaster. She was just here, present, with this man who wrote poems about melancholy bakeries and alternate movie endings and who kissed like every moment mattered. Outside, the storm raged on, but inside their makeshift shelter, Kimberly felt warmer than she had in years. The replacement bus arrived at 7:15 a.m., its headlights cutting through the pre-dawn darkness. Kimberly woke to the sound of an engine and the feeling of Jake's arms still around her. For a moment she stayed perfectly still, trying to hold on to the dreamlike quality of the night. Then reality crashed in like cold water. "Jake," she whispered, shaking him gently. "The bus is here." He blinked awake, momentarily confused, then seemed to remember where he was. His smile was soft, intimate in a way that made her stomach flip. "Morning," he said, voice rough with sleep. "Morning." They disentangled themselves awkwardly, gathering scattered scarves and blankets. Kimberly caught a glimpse of herself in the depot's dusty mirror and winced. Her carefully styled hair was a disaster, makeup smudged, business clothes rumpled beyond repair. "You look beautiful," Jake said, as if reading her mind. "I look like I spent the night in a bus station." "Exactly. Beautiful." Her phone had regained just enough battery to turn on, immediately buzzing with a cascade of missed calls and texts. 43 missed calls from her mother, 17 from her sister. Text messages filled with increasing panic. "Oh God," she muttered, scrolling through them. "Mum thinks I'm dead. Rosa thinks I've been abducted. Someone apparently called the police." "You should call them." "I know, but—" She looked at him helplessly. "How do I explain this? How do I explain you?" Something shifted in Jake's expression. "You don't have to explain me. That's not what I meant." But it was too late. The magic of the night was already evaporating, replaced by the harsh light of morning and all the complications they'd temporarily forgotten. "Look," Jake said, pulling on his jacket. "We should probably talk about what happened, what it means." "Jake, no, it's okay. I know this was just circumstance. We were stuck. We got caught up in the moment. I'm not expecting... Would you shut up for a second? Kimberly surprised herself with her vehemence. You're doing that thing where you decide what other people feel before they get a chance to tell you. He closed his mouth, looking uncertain. I don't know what last night means, she continued. I don't know how to integrate made out with a poet in a bus station during a blizzard into my regular life. But I know it wasn't just circumstance. I don't do that. I don't kiss people because I'm bored or cold or emotionally compromised. So what was it? I don't know. The admission came out louder than she intended. I plan everything, Jake. Everything. And this, none of this was planned. And it should terrify me, but it doesn't. And that terrifies me even more. Jake was quiet for a long moment. Then, what if we don't figure it out right now? What? What if we get on the bus and you go to your sister's wedding and I continue my journey to nowhere and we just see? See what? See if this feeling survives outside of this depot. See if curiosity is enough to bridge whatever gap exists between a divorce lawyer from Chicago and a runaway poet from Iowa. She studied his face, looking for signs of false hope or naive optimism. But his expression was clear, honest. I have to go to the wedding, she said finally. I know. It's important to my family. I know. But after... Kimberly took a deep breath. This was insane. Everything about this was insane. But standing there in the cold morning light still, tasting coffee and possibility on her lips, she couldn't make herself care about being sensible. Come with me, she said. Jake's eyes widened. To the wedding? No, God no. That would be complicated. But to Odesa. We're both going there anyway. We could continue this conversation. Maybe grab dinner. See if anything we said at 3 a.m. still makes sense in daylight. You want to date me? I want to see you again. Beyond that, I have no idea. A slow smile spread across Jake's face. I accept your terrifying lack of a plan. We're doing this. We're seeing what happens. Small distinction, but important for commitment-phobic divorce lawyers. She punched him in the arm. Don't psychoanalyze me. Wouldn't dream of it. Come on, our chariot awaits. On the bus they sat together but didn't talk much. The other passengers, more of them this time, created a buffer of reality that made late-night confessions seem impossible. Kimberly called her mother, managed to calm the worst of her fears, and arranged to meet her sister at the church. Jake wrote in his notebook, occasionally showing her snippets. Observations about the landscape, fragments of poems, a sketch of her profile that she secretly loved but pretended to hate. When they reached Des Moines for the connection, Jake stood to transfer to a different bus. This is me, he said. My bus to Nebraska leaves in 20 minutes. No, Kimberly said, making a decision she'd been mulling over for the last hour. This is us. What? I'm getting off here too, taking the next bus to Odesa, with you. But your sister's wedding. We'll survive without me for a few more hours, and I'll still make the reception, which is the part with the open bar anyway. Jake stared at her. You're sure? I mean, I wasn't actually going to Nebraska. I just picked a direction. I'm not sure about anything, but I'm doing it anyway. They switched buses together, settling into seats near the back. This time Jake took her, hand openly, threading their fingers together. Thank you, he said quietly. For what? For taking a chance. For being curious. For not running away from whatever this is. Kimberly squeezed his hand. Don't thank me yet. You haven't met my family. Fair point. How terrifying are we talking? On a scale of 1 to root canal? Yeah. Full-on dental surgery without anaesthesia. Great, can't wait. But first we need to establish some ground rules. More rules? This sounds serious. It is. No mentioning that we met because you were running away from your brother's wedding. Check. No poetry about anyone named Rosa or Kimberly Sr. Check. And absolutely no hand-holding in front of my great-aunt Teresa. She asks invasive questions. How invasive? Last family wedding, she asked my cousin Rebecca when she was planning to give her parents grandchildren approximately 18 times in 3 hours. Noted, no hand-holding. Unless I initiate it. Complicated rules for pretend not dating. We're not pretending anything. We're just being discreet about our lack of plan. Jake laughed, the sound attracting attention from other passengers. Has anyone ever told you that you're incredibly endearing when you're trying to maintain professional distance? No. Usually people just find me intimidating. Oh, you're definitely intimidating, but also endearing. It's a compelling combination. The bus rolled on through the Iowa countryside past farms covered in fresh snow that sparkled in the morning sun. Kimberly found herself relaxing into the journey, into the uncertainty, into the warmth of Jake's hand in hers. At 11 a.m, her phone rang. Rosa. "Where the hell are you?" her sister's voice shrieked through the speaker. "On a bus. I'll be there for the reception, I promise." "That's not good enough, Kim. Mum is having a meltdown. I don't have anyone to hold my flowers during the ceremony and... Are you with someone?" Kimberly glanced at Jake, who was pretending not to listen while clearly hanging on every word. Define with someone. "Oh my God, you are. Kim, if you're bringing some random hookup to my wedding reception..." "He's not a random hookup. He's..." She paused, looking at Jake. What was he? "He's Jake." Rosa's tone shifted, sensing something different in her sister's voice. "Who the hell is Jake?" "Someone I met last night. It's complicated." "Complicated how? Are you having a midlife crisis? Did you join a cult? Are you in witness protection?" "Rosa, breathe. Everything's fine. I'll explain everything when I get there." "You better. And Kim?" "Yeah?" "Don't let Mum corner you alone. She's on a rampage about your biological clock." "Thanks for the warning." After she hung up, Jake raised an eyebrow. "Witness protection?" "My sister's imagination tends to run wild." "Runs in the family, apparently." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing. Just that your whole no-plan plan is pretty imaginative for someone who schedules everything." She considered this. "Maybe I'm having a midlife crisis." "At 35? Quarter life was at 25. Midlife is negotiable." "Fair point. How's the crisis treating you so far?" "Well, I'm on a bus to Iowa with a poet I kissed in a snowstorm, so probably better than anyone's midlife crisis involving a motorcycle. Less expensive too." "True, though the emotional therapy bills might even out." The wedding reception was held in the community centre of Odesa, a town smaller than the bus depot in Cedar Falls. Jake stayed in the bathroom while Kimberly made her entrance, figuring she needed time to smooth over her absence with family before introducing her "it's complicated" situation. Rosa spotted her immediately and pounced. "You missed the ceremony," her sister hissed, pulling her into a corner. "Mum spent the whole time alternating between crying about your broken phone and muttering about your inability to commit to anything." "I'm sorry. Really? The bus broke down. I got stuck." "Save it for Mum. Tell me about Jake." "I told you it's complicated." "Uncomplicate it. Now." Kimberly glanced around the crowded hall, buying time. Through the window she could see Jake pacing outside, running his hands through his hair, probably writing mental poems about community centres and last-minute wedding crashes. "We met on the bus, got stranded together during the blizzard, found out we were both running from things, talked all night, kissed a little, decided to see what happens next." Rosa's eyes widened. "You kissed someone you just met. Don't sound so shocked." "Kim, you haven't brought anyone to a family function since David from law school, and you dated him for 2 years before we even knew he existed. This is different." "How?" "I don't know. It just is. He's present, really present, and he makes me want to be present too." Rosa studied her face carefully. "You like him?" "I do." "And he likes you back?" "Apparently." "Then bring him in." Let's meet this mystery poet who's got you acting like a human being instead of a client management system. Rosa, Kit Kat, for once in your life, just do something without overthinking it to death. Kit Kat. Her sister hadn't called her that since they were kids, sharing a king-size chocolate bar and plotting revenge against the neighbourhood bully. Fine, but if Mum starts planning our wedding before the salad course, you're running interference. Deal. Kimberly found Jake still pacing outside, now on a phone call. No, I'm fine. Yes, at a wedding? No, not Seth's wedding, a different wedding. What do you mean, who brings poets to weddings? He spotted her and smiled, wrapping up quickly. I gotta go. Love you too, Mum. Everything okay? My mum, she's apparently heard through the family grapevine that I'm gallivanting around Iowa with a mystery woman. Small towns have surprisingly efficient intelligence networks. Oh God, I'm sorry. Don't be. It's the most interesting thing that's happened in our family since, well, you know. Ready for this? As ready as anyone is for being the +1 at a wedding filled with strangers who will definitely judge my thrift store sweater. They'll love you. You're charming. I'm weird. Charmingly weird. Is that the same as weird? Jake. Yeah? Shut up and come inside. The reception was everything Kimberly had expected. Loud, crowded, filled with relatives she saw twice a year, and neighbours who'd known her since she was in diapers. Jake handled it all with surprising grace, engaging in small talk about weather and farming, with people who would normally make him want to hide behind his notebook. He was like a social chameleon, she realised, adapting to each conversation while never losing that slightly bemused artist quality. Her mother, Carmen, was a different story. So, she said, cornering them at the punch bowl, you're the poet. Yes, ma'am, Jake replied, politely. And you're not a lawyer. No, ma'am. Or an accountant. Definitely not. Good. Kimberly dates too many men in suits. She turned to Kimberly. This one's scruffy, but he has kind eyes. Mum? And he looks at you the way a man should look at a woman he's interested in. Like you're something rare. We're not. It's not, Kimberly floundered. Relax, Miha. I'm not planning your wedding. Yet. But I like that he makes you flustered. You're always so in control. Jake caught her eye over her mother's head and winked. The casual intimacy of it made her stomach flip. The evening progressed in a blur of introductions, careful explanations. We met on the bus, and increasingly ridiculous questions from relatives. By the time they cut the cake, Kimberly had heard theories about their relationship ranging from secret long-distance romance to arranged marriage gone rogue. During the father-daughter dance, Rosa pulled her aside. He's perfect for you, her sister whispered. We've known each other for 12 hours. So, David practically lived with you for 6 months before I knew he existed, and look how that turned out. Rosa, I'm just saying, maybe for once don't calculate the risks. Don't build a dossier on his credit score and long-term compatibility. Just see what happens. When did you become a relationship counsellor? When my sister finally showed up to my wedding looking happy instead of professionally competent. Kimberly glanced across the room where Jake was entertaining her Tio Miguel with what appeared to be an elaborate hand gesture story. Her uncle was laughing, actually laughing, which hadn't happened at a family function in years. He fits, she admitted quietly. He does, even in that ridiculous sweater. It's a poet thing. The sweater or the fitting in? Both. Around 9 p.m, as the party was winding down, Jake found her on the porch, looking out at the snow-covered town. Pretty crazy day, he said, sliding his arms around her waist from behind. Crazy month. Crazy year. Crazy decade, if we're being honest. How are you holding up? Better than expected. Your charm offensive was impressive. I think my great-aunt Teresa wants to adopt you. She offered. I'm considering it. Don't you dare. They stood in comfortable silence, watching the occasional car drive past on Main Street. Kimberly? Yeah? What happens now? It was the question she'd been avoiding all day. In the bubble of the wedding, surrounded by family and celebration, it had been easy to pretend that tomorrow didn't exist. But Jake was leaving for wherever unemployed poets go, and she had to drive back to Chicago, to her office, to her perfectly organised apartment and her colour-coded calendar. "I don't know," she admitted. "That's okay. You don't have to know. But I want to. I want there to be a plan, a strategy, some way to make this work without completely upending both our lives. What if we don't need a plan? What if we just keep being curious? Curious how? Curious about each other, about what we want, about whether this feeling survives in daylight, in different cities, in the real world." She turned in his arms to face him. "The real world is complicated. Everything's complicated if you think about it too much. I always think about it too much. I know, it's one of your more endearing features. Jake? Yeah? Kiss me." He did, slow and sweet and tasting like wedding cake. When they broke apart, Kimberly had made a decision. "Chicago," she said. "What about it? Come to Chicago with me, for a week. Let's see what happens when we're not stranded, when we have actual beds and working phones and real life intruding." Jake blinked. "Seriously? This is crazy. We've known each other for 36 hours. "I know. Everything before this felt slower somehow." She took a breath. "I'm not saying forever. I'm saying let's try normal and see if this feeling survives. Are you offering me a place to stay?" "I'm offering you a chance to date me properly, with planning and scheduling and probably spreadsheets." Spreadsheets sound romantic. They're not, but they're honest, and you said honesty was important. I did say that, didn't I? So, what do you think? Jake pretended to consider, tapping his chin thoughtfully. "Well, I do love spreadsheets, and I've never actually been to Chicago in winter. It's terrible. Freezing and grey and everyone's miserable. Sounds perfect for a poet. Jake. Yeah? Is that a yes? Kimberly Ramirez, divorce attorney extraordinaire, creator of spreadsheets and slayer of romantic illusions. I would love to come to Chicago and see what happens when we try to turn a bus station meet cute into actual reality." Good answer. I have my moments. 6 months later, they were living together in Kimberly's apartment. She'd cleared out her home office to make room for his writing desk, an adjustment that would have been unthinkable before a broken-down bus and a snowstorm changed everything. Jake's poetry collection, Terminal Stories, launched to modest success. The title poem was about accidental companionship in unexpected places, though he never admitted to Kimberly that she was the inspiration. Kimberly shifted her practice toward collaborative divorce, helping couples separate without destroying each other. The change reduced her income by 30% and increased her job satisfaction by impossible to measure amounts. They met every Wednesday at Delilah's Diner on Lincoln Avenue, a 24-hour place with terrible coffee and excellent pie. Jake would write, Kimberly would review cases, and they'd compare notes on how many of their bus station stories had come true. They fought sometimes, about Jake's tendency to avoid confrontation, about Kimberly's need to control outcomes, about whose turn it was to do laundry. But they also got really good at apologising, at checking in, at maintaining the curiosity that had brought them together. On the anniversary of their meeting, Jake surprised Kimberly with a gift, a collection of bus tickets, arranged in a frame. "Your backup plan," he explained, "in case you ever want to run away. And go where? Anywhere. Everywhere. Nowhere in particular." "Jake? Yeah? I'm good right here." And for once in her life she meant it without qualification or contingency planning. Sometimes the best stories were the unplanned ones, the detours that forced you to actually see the view instead of racing towards some predetermined destination. Sometimes the last bus to Odesa turned out to be exactly where you needed to be. The quiet return. The airport smelled of burnt coffee and recycled air, underlaid with something else, jet fuel perhaps, or the accumulated exhaustion of 10,000 travellers passing through. Margaret stood with her hands clasped before her, watching their son's back disappear into the security line. He was 20 now, confident in his shoulders, wearing the backpack they'd bought him just last week. When he turned to wave, just once briefly, his smile held no uncertainty, no shadow of homesickness. He was ready. He had always been ready. She felt David shift beside her, heard the small intake of breath that meant he was fighting something down. After 23 years of marriage, she knew all his tells, the way he pressed his thumb against his forefinger when he was anxious, the particular stillness he assumed when emotions threatened to overwhelm him. He was doing it now, going very quiet beside her, a man turned to stone. He didn't look back twice, she said, and was surprised by the steadiness of her own voice. No, David's voice was quiet, careful. That's good, isn't it? That's what we wanted. They had wanted it, had raised all 3 children to be sturdy and self-sufficient, to leave without tearing, without the terrible clinging that had marked Margaret's own departure from her mother's house 30 years ago. But now, standing in Terminal B while strangers rushed past with their urgent destinations and rolling suitcases and crying babies, Margaret felt the absence of urgency in herself like a physical thing, a hollowness. She and David had nowhere they needed to be, nothing pressing waiting for them at home. For the first time in 2 decades, they were simply unnecessary. "Coffee?" David asked. "I've had 3 cups already. My hands are shaking." "So have I." They stayed anyway, sitting at a small table near the windows, watching planes lift into the colourless dawn. The chairs were uncomfortable, moulded plastic designed to discourage loitering. The other patrons were mostly business travellers, typing urgently on laptops, their faces illuminated by blue screen glow. A janitor pushed a mop across the floor in wide, methodical arcs. Neither spoke. The silence between them was not uncomfortable. They had lived together for 23 years, had learned the architecture of each other's quiet, but it was no longer full. It was simply present, like furniture, like wallpaper, like all the things in a house you stop seeing because they've been there too long. Margaret watched a mother across the terminal trying to wrangle 2 small children into submission. The woman looked exhausted, her hair escaping from its ponytail, a stain of something, juice, yogurt, on her shirt. One of the children was crying, that particular pitch that goes straight through the skull. The mother's face held a grimness Margaret recognised, that expression of someone enduring rather than enjoying, just trying to get through the next 5 minutes and then the 5 minutes after that. "That was us," she said, nodding toward the woman. David followed her gaze. "God, yes. Remember that flight to Florida when Emma was 2? She screamed for 4 hours straight. The man in front of us actually asked if we could make her stop, as if we were choosing not to. You were so angry. I thought you might hit him. I wanted to." David's mouth quirked in something that wasn't quite a smile. But then Emma threw up on him instead, and that seemed like justice enough. Margaret felt herself laugh, actually laugh, a sound that surprised them both. I'd forgotten that part. "I haven't. His face was..." David shook his head. "Pure poetry." The memory sat between them, warm and strange. When was the last time they'd laughed together? Really laughed. Not the polite chuckle that accompanied some shared observation about the news or the neighbours. When they finally rose to leave, David's hand briefly touched the small of her back, guiding her through the crowd. It was an automatic gesture, husbandly and protective, the kind of touch that meant nothing except habit. But Margaret felt the warmth of it through her coat, and wondered when touch had become so rare between them that she noticed it. When had his hand on her back become remarkable instead of ordinary? The drive home took 40 minutes through thickening traffic. David handled the morning rush with the same steady competence he brought to everything. Bill paying, dinner conversation, the careful architecture of their separate lives under one roof. Margaret watched the suburbs slide past, the same route they'd driven 1,000 times, ferrying children to practices and friends' houses and orthodontist appointments and birthday parties at bowling alleys, where the pizza was always terrible and the noise was always deafening. "I should start dinner early," she said as they pulled into the driveway. "Emma has that presentation tomorrow." David turned off the engine but didn't move. He looked at her for a long moment, and she saw something in his face she couldn't quite name. Sadness, maybe, or recognition. "Margaret," he said gently, "Emma's at college." She blinked. The garage door stood open before them, dark and empty. "Of course, I meant..." But she hadn't meant anything. The habit of feeding children, of planning meals around their schedules, had simply filled her mouth with words. Her brain still ran on the old rhythms: wake, feed, organize, manage, endure, even though there was no one left to feed. Inside, the house seemed larger. Thomas would be home from university in 3 months, but his absence had been familiar for 2 years now. Emma's room still smelled faintly of her perfume, but she called only twice a week, her voice bright with new independence. And now James, the middle child, the easy one, the boy who had never given them a moment's worry, was gone too. Margaret stood in the kitchen, staring at the refrigerator. She had bought groceries yesterday. Chicken breasts, fresh vegetables, the ingredients for meals that now seemed absurdly large. "We could order in," David said from the doorway. "We could. Or I could make pasta, the simple kind." She turned to look at him. He had loosened his tie, and in the afternoon light filtering through the window, she could see the grey threading through his hair more clearly than she had in years. When had that happened? When had she stopped looking? "I'll help," she said. They worked in the kitchen together, moving around each other with long practice. David chopped garlic while Margaret set water to boil. He had good hands, she noticed, careful and precise. Hands that had held their babies, built bookshelves, steadied her elbow when she slipped on ice. "Do you remember," David said, not looking up from the cutting board, "when James was 3 and he insisted on wearing his Superman cape to the grocery store?" Margaret felt herself smile. "He wore it for 6 months straight. I had to wash it at night while he slept. You cried the day it finally fell apart." "I didn't cry." "You did. I saw you." David scraped the garlic into the pan, and the kitchen filled with its sharp, warm scent. "You were standing at the washing machine holding that tattered red thing, and your shoulders were shaking." Margaret remembered. She remembered everything. The weight of that small cape in her hands, the knowledge that James would wake up and ask for it, and she would have to tell him it was gone, that he was too old for it anyway, that growing up meant letting things fall apart. "I should have sewn it," she said quietly. "You couldn't have saved it forever." The pasta water began to boil, too loud for conversation. Margaret measured out the spaghetti, watching it soften and bend in the heat. They ate at the kitchen table, just the two of them, and the silence was different now. Not empty, but full of things, unsaid. That night, Margaret couldn't sleep. She lay in the darkness, listening to David's steady breathing beside her. They had shared this bed for more than 2 decades, but somewhere in the endless nights of infant feedings and childhood illnesses and teenage anxieties, they had learned to sleep separately within it. She on her side, he on his, an ocean of sheets between them. She thought about James at the airport turning to wave. She thought about the way David's hand had felt on her back. She thought about the last time they had touched each other with intention. 2. The days developed a new rhythm, slow and uncertain. Margaret still woke early. Her body, trained by years of infant feedings and school drop-offs, refused to sleep past 6:30. But instead of packing lunches and signing permission slips, she found herself reading the newspaper over coffee. Actually reading it, not just skimming headlines while simultaneously making breakfast and finding lost shoes and arbitrating sibling disputes. The silence of the house was profound. She could hear the refrigerator humming, the creak of the floors settling, the distant bark of the Hendersons' dog 3 houses down. David came down later, his hair still damp from the shower, smelling of soap and shaving cream. He would pour his coffee and sit across from her at the kitchen table, and they would exist in the same space without the buffer of children's chatter, without the blessed distraction of other people's needs. It should have been easy. They had longed for this, hadn't they? Those exhausted nights when the baby wouldn't sleep, and the toddler had an ear infection, and the preteen was having a meltdown about some social crisis at school. Someday, they used to say to each other, someday we'll have time for ourselves again. But now that someday had arrived, and neither of them quite knew what to do with it. The Hendersons are selling their house, Margaret said one morning, pointing to the real estate section. The newspaper crinkled under her finger, and she noticed absently that her nails needed trimming. Already? They only moved in, 5 years ago? 6. Right before Emma started high school. Everything was measured that way, Margaret realised. Before Thomas went to college, after James got his driver's licence, when Emma had braces. Their kids are grown. They're downsizing. She said it neutrally, but the word hung between them. Downsizing. As if children were inventory that had been sold off. As if the space they took up could simply be eliminated like clearing out a storage closet. David looked at her over his coffee cup. Do you want to downsize? I don't know what I want. It was the most honest thing she'd said in years. The conversations began to unspool after that. Small admissions, tentative and testing. Margaret told him about the book she was reading. Not a summary, but what it made her feel. David described a piece of music he'd heard on the radio, how it had made him pull over to the side of the road just to listen. I'd forgotten, he said, that you could do that. Just stop and pay attention to something beautiful. They went for walks in the evening, circling the neighbourhood while the light faded. David pointed out houses they had admired when they first moved here, when everything was new and full of possibility. Margaret remembered the way they used to walk then, his hand in hers, talking about the family they would build. We did it, she said one evening, pausing beneath a maple tree. We built what we imagined. We did. So why does it feel like we lost something along the way? David was quiet for a long moment. A car passed, its headlights briefly illuminating his face. I think we lost ourselves, he said finally. Or maybe we just forgot to look. That night they sat together on the sofa, not at opposite ends as they usually did, but in the middle, their shoulders nearly touching. They were watching some forgettable programme, but Margaret was acutely aware of the small distance between them, the warmth radiating from his body. When David's hand moved to rest on the cushion between them, she stared at it. Long fingers, a callus on his thumb from where he held his pen. She remembered those hands on her skin, remembered the way he used to trace the curve of her hip in the darkness, wordless and reverent. Margaret, he said, and his voice was rough. I miss you. I'm right here. Are you? She turned to look at him then, really look at him, and saw something she hadn't expected. Desire, naked and uncertain in his eyes. It frightened her, that look, not because it was unwelcome, but because she felt it echo in her own chest, fierce and terrifying. I don't know how to do this anymore, she whispered. Neither do I. But when he reached for her hand, she let him take it. His palm was warm, familiar and strange at once. They sat like that, hands joined, watching the television neither of them was seeing, and Margaret felt something unlock inside her chest. The fear came later, as she knew it would. Margaret lay awake at 3 a.m, David asleep beside her, and felt panic rising in her throat like water filling a drowning person's lungs. What were they doing? They had survived years of parallel living by not asking too much of each other, by accepting that love could be quiet and steady and safe, that it could exist in the margins of child-rearing and bill-paying and all the mundane necessities of a shared life. This new thing between them, this wanting, was none of those things. It was dangerous. She thought of all the ways they could hurt each other, all the ways they had already hurt each other, with silence and absence and the slow erosion of intimacy. The night she'd gone to bed crying about something. She couldn't even remember what, and he hadn't noticed. The year he'd been so consumed with work that she'd felt like a single parent, managing everything alone. The 1,000 small abandonments that had taught them both to stop reaching. What if they tried and failed? What if this rekindling was just the shock of the empty nest, a grief-stricken grasping at what used to be? What if they were two people who had grown so far apart that physical proximity couldn't bridge the distance? Worse, what if she opened herself to him again, let herself want him again, need him again, and he left? Not physically, but emotionally. What if he pulled away the moment she became vulnerable? Outside, rain had begun to fall, tapping against the windows. The sound was almost comforting, but not quite. Nothing was comforting at 3 a.m. when your heart was racing and your thoughts were spiralling, and the person sleeping peacefully beside you seemed like a stranger. The next morning, she was careful, polite. She made coffee and toast and kept her hands busy, wiping down counters that were already clean, reorganizing the spice cabinet, anything to avoid looking at him directly. David noticed. Of course he noticed. "What is it?" he asked. "Nothing. I'm fine." "Margaret, I have errands to run." She left the house and drove aimlessly, ending up at the park where they used to take the children. The playground was full of young mothers, their toddlers shrieking with joy on the swings. Margaret watched them and felt impossibly old. Her phone buzzed. A text from David. "Wherever you are, it's okay. Take your time." She sat on a bench and cried. When she came home, David was in the garden, pulling weeds from the flower bed she had neglected all summer. He looked up when he heard the car but didn't come to her, didn't demand explanations. He just went back to his work, patient and present. Margaret stood at the window and watched him. His shirt was damp with sweat, his movements steady and methodical. He had always been like this, reliable, constant there, and she had mistaken reliability for the absence of passion, had thought that because he didn't speak of desire, he didn't feel it. But she remembered now, David had never been a man of words. He spoke in actions, in small gestures, in the way he noticed what she needed before she asked. He spoke in the garden he was tending because she had once mentioned loving roses. She went outside. The afternoon sun was warm on her shoulders, and the scent of earth and growing things filled the air. David. He looked up, squinting against the light. "I'm afraid," she said. He stood slowly, brushing dirt from his hands. "Of what?" "Of wanting you. Of wanting this. Of everything changing." "Everything has already changed." "I know." She took a step closer. "That's what scares me." David crossed the space between them in 3 strides. He didn't touch her, but he stood close enough that she could feel the heat of him, could see the pulse beating in his throat. "I'm afraid too," he said. "I've been afraid for years. Afraid that you'd wake up one day and realize you'd wasted your life on someone who couldn't give you what you needed. Someone who turned love into a list of responsibilities and forgot about joy." "David, let me finish." His hands were shaking. "I know I failed you. I know I let the marriage become something hollow. But Margaret, I never stopped wanting you. I never stopped loving you. I just stopped believing I had the right to ask for more." Margaret felt something crack open inside her. All the careful control, All the years of managing and enduring and surviving. She reached for him, and he caught her hands, and they stood in the garden like that, holding on, neither of them quite brave enough to close the final distance. "What if we break?" she whispered. "What if we don't?" The sun slanted through the trees, painting everything gold. Margaret looked at her husband, his lined face, his gentle eyes, his hands still holding hers like she was something precious, and made a choice. She kissed him. It was tentative at first, a question more than an answer, but David made a sound low in his throat and pulled her closer, and suddenly they were 23 again, standing in his college apartment, drowning in each other. Except this was better because it was earned, because they knew what they had nearly lost. When they finally pulled apart, both breathing hard, David rested his forehead against hers. "Come inside," he said. "I fee." They moved through the house like sleepwalkers, hands joined, not speaking. Margaret felt her heart hammering against her ribs, felt the blood rushing in her ears. The afternoon light slanted through the windows, painting everything in shades of honey and amber. She was acutely aware of everything. The creak of the stairs under their feet, the smell of the jasmine candle she'd lit that morning, the particular way David's thumb moved across her knuckles as he led her upstairs, the bedroom. Door closed behind them with a soft click, and then they were alone in the dimness, the curtains drawn against the afternoon. Dust motes danced in the thin bar of light that escaped through the gap. David cupped her face in his hands, his palms warm against her cheeks. "Are you sure?" The question undid her. After 23 years, he was still asking permission, still treating her like someone whose answer mattered. She had forgotten this about him, this fundamental gentleness, this respect that had never wavered even when everything else between them had. She answered by kissing him again, deeper this time, her hands finding the buttons of his shirt. Her fingers trembled slightly, and she fumbled with the second button. He helped her, shrugging out of it, and she pressed her palms to his bare chest, feeling the steady thrum of his heartbeat, the warmth of his skin, the slight roughness of hair beneath her fingers. "I'd forgotten," she murmured, "how warm you are." His laugh was shaky, breathless. "I'd forgotten everything. How you taste, how you feel." He kissed her neck, her collarbone, the hollow at the base of her neck. "How you make that sound when I—" She did make a sound then, surprise and pleasure mingled, because his mouth had found the spot just below her ear that had always undone her, that he apparently still remembered after all these years of not touching. They undressed each other slowly, reverently, relearning the landscape of familiar bodies. Margaret traced the scar on his shoulder from the bike accident when James was 5. He'd been teaching the boy to ride without training wheels and had somehow ended up going over the handlebars himself. David kissed the stretch marks on her belly, the evidence of the children they'd made together, the silver lines she had once hated and now wore like battle scars. "You're beautiful," he said against her skin, his breath warm. "I'm older. So am I. We earned this." His hands moved, up her sides, making her shiver, making her arch toward him. "We earned each other. Every line, every mark, every year." When they finally came together, it was not the frantic coupling of their youth, all urgency and inexperience. It was deliberate and intense, a conversation conducted in touch and breath, and the sounds they made without words. David moved above her with aching slowness, watching her face, and Margaret met his gaze and did not look away. This was not performance. This was recognition. She traced the line of his jaw, roughened now with afternoon stubble, the corner of his mouth, the small crescent scar above his eyebrow where he'd been hit with a baseball in 3rd grade. He caught her hand and kissed her palm, then her wrist, then the inside of her elbow, his mouth hot against her skin. and she felt herself unravelling, all the careful distance she had maintained for years dissolving in the heat of his attention. "Margaret," he breathed, and her name in his mouth was a prayer, a claim, a promise. God, Margaret. When they peeked together, it was like a door opening onto a room she had forgotten existed. A room full of light and air and the possibility of joy. She cried out, and he swallowed the sound with his mouth, his body shuddering against hers, his hands fisted in the sheets beside her head. Afterward they lay tangled in the sheets, sweaty and breathless, David's hand moving idly through her hair. She could feel his heart still racing against her side, could feel the tremor in his fingers. "I love you," he said, his voice raw. "I need you to know that. Not past tense, not in spite of everything. Just love. Present. Ongoing. You." Margaret turned in his arms to face him. His eyes were very blue, very clear, and there was something naked in them that made her chest ache. "I love you too," she said. "I think I forgot how to say it out loud, how to believe anyone wanted to hear it." "Then we'll practice." He kissed her forehead, her nose, her mouth. "Every day. We'll practice until it feels normal again." They made love again as the sun set, slower this time, exploratory and playful. Margaret discovered that David was ticklish behind his knee. David discovered that she liked having her hair pulled, just a little. They laughed and touched and learned each other again, and the years fell away like old skin. V. The house was quiet when Margaret woke. Early morning light filtered through the curtains, painting everything in shades of pearl and rose. David was still asleep beside her, one arm flung across her waist, his breath warm and steady against her shoulder. In sleep, his face looked younger, the worry lines smoothed out, his mouth soft. She lay very still, afraid to move, afraid to break whatever spell had been cast. Her body ached in unfamiliar places, good aches, earned aches. She felt tender and open, like something long frozen had finally thawed. But as the light strengthened and the world outside began to wake, birds singing in the oak tree outside their window, a car starting somewhere down the street, she understood that this was not a spell. This was not some temporary enchantment that would dissolve with daylight. This was a choice they would have to make again and again, every day for the rest of their lives. The choice to reach instead of retreat, to speak instead of silence, to risk instead of protect. David stirred, his eyes opening slowly. When he saw her watching him, he smiled. A real smile, unguarded and warm, the smile she remembered from their early days when everything was new and terrifying and wonderful. "Hi," he said, his voice rough with sleep. "Hi. Still here?" "Still here." He pulled her closer, kissing her temple, her cheekbone, the corner of her mouth. "Good. That's good." They rose eventually, moving through the morning routine with a new awareness of each other. Every casual touch was electric, his hand on the small of her back as he reached past her for the coffee mugs, her fingers brushing his as she handed him the milk, the way their knees touched under the table. David made coffee while Margaret showered, and she came down to find him standing at the stove making eggs, humming something under his breath. She paused in the doorway just watching him. He had put on an old sweater, the navy blue one with the fraying cuffs that she'd been threatening to throw away for 3 years. His hair was still messy from sleep, standing up in tufts at the crown where she'd run her fingers through it last night. "You're singing," she said. He turned, spatula in hand, looking sheepish. "I am, aren't I? Can't even carry a tune. I haven't heard you sing in years. I haven't had anything to sing about." He said it simply, without drama, but the words landed between them with weight. Margaret crossed the kitchen and wrapped her arms around him from behind, resting her cheek against his back. She could feel the solid warmth of him, the rise and fall of his breathing, He covered her hands with his, and they stood like that while the eggs cooked, just breathing together, just being. The days that followed were not perfect. They still had difficult conversations, still navigated old hurts and new uncertainties. Margaret found herself angry one afternoon about something David had said, something thoughtless about her mother, and instead of swallowing it, she told him, actually told him. And instead of getting defensive, he apologised. Actually apologised without qualifications or excuses. "You're right," he said. "That was unkind. I'm sorry." She'd stood in the kitchen, dish towel in hand, staring at him like he'd spoken a foreign language. They talked about money, about retirement, about whether they should finally replace the ancient water heater. They talked about the year Emma was 12 and had stopped speaking to Margaret for a month, and how terrified Margaret had been that she'd lost her daughter forever. They talked about the night Thomas called from college, drunk and crying, admitting he'd failed 2 classes, and how David had driven 4 hours in the dark to bring him home. They talked, and in talking they remembered who they were, not just parents, not just co-managers of a household, but people with histories and fears and desires all their own. Margaret caught herself smiling at odd moments, folding laundry and remembering the way David had kissed the inside of her wrist that morning, driving to the grocery store and thinking about the way he'd looked at her across the breakfast table, reading in bed while David worked beside her, and feeling a contentment so profound it was almost painful. David touched her constantly, casually, a hand on her shoulder as he passed, fingers tangling with hers while they watched television, kisses dropped on the top of her head for no reason at all. As if he were making up for lost time, as if he were afraid she might disappear if he didn't keep reaching. When Emma called on Sunday, she heard it immediately. "Mum, you sound different. Are you okay?" Margaret looked across the room to where David sat reading the newspaper, his reading glasses perched on his nose, completely absorbed in whatever article had caught his attention. As if sensing her gaze, he looked up and winked. Actually winked, like they were conspirators in some delicious secret. "I'm fine, sweetheart. Better than fine. Is Dad there?" "Yes," Margaret said, warmth flooding through her. "He's here." She thought about telling Emma everything, about the airport and the garden and the way they had found each other again in the wreckage of an empty nest, about how sometimes the things you think you've lost forever are just waiting for you to remember they exist. But some things were too private, too precious to share. Some things were just for them. "We miss you," Margaret said instead. "Both of us. Very much. I miss you too. But Mum, you really do sound happy. Really happy." After she hung up, David came to sit beside her on the sofa, close enough that their thighs pressed together. "Everything all right?" "Everything's good." Margaret leaned into him, resting her head on his shoulder, breathing in the scent of him, laundry, detergent and coffee, and something essentially him that she'd loved since she was 22 years old. "Emma thinks I sound happy." "Do you? Feel happy?" She considered the question seriously. Happiness seemed too small a word for what she felt, this deep, abiding sense of rightness, of having come home to herself and to him, of having been lost and found herself found. "Yes," she said finally, "I do. Terrifyingly happy. Terrifyingly. Because I could lose it again. Lose you again. Lose us." David was quiet for a moment, his arm tightening around her. "You could," he said. "We could. That's always the risk, isn't it? That's what makes it worth something, knowing it's fragile, knowing we have to tend it." That evening they stood together in the kitchen, cooking dinner side by side. It was an ordinary moment, vegetables sizzling in a pan, music playing softly on the radio, the smell of garlic and wine in the air. But Margaret understood now that ordinary moments were the ones that mattered, that a marriage was not built on grand gestures, but on the small, daily choice to be present with each other, to show up, to try. David set down his knife and turned to her, his expression serious. "I want to do this right," he said. "Not perfectly. I know we'll stumble. I know there will be days when we're tired or frustrated, or when old patterns try to reassert themselves. I want to really try, to really live with you, not just alongside you. I want that too. Then we'll figure it out, together." He picked up her hand, studied it like he was memorizing it. "We'll keep figuring it out every day until we get it right, and even then we'll keep trying." He kissed her, and Margaret tasted wine on his lips, tasted promise and commitment and the sweetness of second chances. When they pulled apart, she saw her whole future in his eyes, not the future she'd imagined at 20, full of romance and adventure and passionate declarations, but something better, a future built on honesty and effort and the deep knowledge of what they had almost lost, a future built on choosing each other again and again and again. Outside, the sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of amber and violet and deep rose. The house was quiet around them, full of memories and possibility. Their children were out in the world, becoming themselves, strong and capable and ready, just as they'd hoped. And here in the kitchen, in the golden light of evening, two people who had loved each other for half their lives were learning to love each other again. It was enough. It was everything. It was just the beginning. The end. The silence between coordinates. The hospital clung to the cliff face like a barnacle, grey stone against grey sky, salt-eaten mortar holding fast against wind that had crossed 3,000 miles of open water before breaking itself against these rocks. Eleanor Henry had chosen this posting precisely because it resembled a lighthouse, useful, isolated, and oriented away from human complication. She was a translator of secrets, though her official title read Communication Specialist Cryptographic Division. The signals room where she spent her nights was windowless, lit by the amber glow of vacuum tubes and the green phosphorescence of oscilloscope screens. Here, the war spoke in fragments, Morse code stripped of context, enemy transmissions reduced to frequency and pattern. Her job was to find meaning in the meaningless, to impose grammar on chaos. Eleanor believed in precision the way some women believed in God. Each decoded message was an act of clarity in a world drowning in obfuscation. She never embellished. She never inferred beyond what the data supported. When she handed her translations to the officers upstairs, she felt the satisfaction of having performed a small surgery on reality, cutting away the uncertain tissue, leaving only what could be proven. The other nurses found her cold. She overheard them sometimes in the canteen. "Miss Henry doesn't have a heart. She has a metronome." She didn't correct them. Better to be thought mechanical than to be known as vulnerable. The wounded arrived by convoy, by ship, by ambulance that groaned up the coastal road in the small hours. Eleanor rarely saw them. Her domain was underground, where voices travelled as electromagnetic waves rather than breath and tongue. She preferred it that way. Until the night Captain David Harding was carried through the main doors on a stretcher, his flight suit still reeking of aviation fuel and cordite, his face so wrapped in gauze that only his mouth and one eye remained visible. Eleanor first encountered him not in person but in paperwork. His file arrived in her signals room by mistake, delivered by an exhausted orderly who'd confused the cryptographic office with medical records. She should have sent it back immediately. Instead, she read it. Captain David Harding, fighter pilot, desert theatre, aircraft destroyed behind enemy lines, rescued after 6 days, injuries, second-degree burns, face, hands, fractured ribs, severe dehydration. Cognitive status, intermittent amnesia, disorientation regarding time and place, patient calm but uncommunicative regarding details of survival. What caught her attention was a note in the margin, added by the psychiatric officer. Patient repeatedly requests the voice. When asked to clarify, becomes agitated. Recommend evaluation for auditory hallucination. She returned the file the next morning, but the phrase lingered in her mind like a half-decoded cipher. The voice, as if a voice could exist, independent of a body, a person, an intention. 3 days later, Dr. Reeves appeared in her doorway, a rare intrusion. He was holding a reel-to-reel tape recorder, looking apologetic. "Miss Henry, I need to ask you something unusual." She set down her pencil with geometric precision. "Go on." "Captain Harding, the pilot from the Desert Rescue. He's not responding well to standard rehabilitation, won't engage in conversation, barely tolerates physical therapy, but he has this peculiar reaction to radio transmissions. When he hears Morse code or voice traffic through the speakers, his vital signs stabilize. It's as if," Reeves struggled for the word, "as if he recognizes it as safety. You want me to play signals for him? I want you to read to him." Reeves set the recorder on her desk. "Your voice is similar in tone and cadence to the radio operators, and you have security clearance for the material. We have old transmissions, already decoded, no longer classified. Training, exercises, weather reports, navigational logs, nothing sensitive. But read aloud, in that clear way you have. I think it might help." Eleanor felt something contract in her chest, a small defensive tightening. "I decode, Doctor. I don't perform." "I'm not asking you to perform. I'm asking you to read. 20 minutes a day. Consider it another form of translation, converting data into something a damaged mind can process." She wanted to refuse, but Reeves was already thanking her, already retreating down the corridor, and Eleanor was left holding a stack of transcripts bound in brown paper, knowing she would agree because refusal would require an explanation she didn't want to give. The first time she entered his room, he was sitting by the window in a wheelchair, his bandaged hands resting on the armrests like broken birds. The gauze had been reduced to dressings now, revealing a face marked by scarring that would fade but never disappear, a map of heat drawn across his left cheek and temple. He turned when she entered, and his one visible eye, grey-blue, startlingly clear, fixed on her with an intensity that made her want to look away. "Captain Harding, I'm Eleanor Henry. From Communications, Dr. Reeves asked me to read to me." His voice was rough from disuse but surprisingly gentle. He said someone would read. She sat in the chair positioned across from him, opened the folder, and began with a weather report from 6 months prior. Wind speeds, barometric pressure, visibility conditions over the Mediterranean. The effect was immediate. His breathing deepened. The tension in his shoulders, something she'd noticed without meaning to, released incrementally. When she paused between entries, he made a small sound, almost a word, and she understood he wanted her to continue. She read for exactly 20 minutes, as requested. When she stood to leave, he spoke again. "You sound like her." Eleanor paused at the door. "Like whom?" "The voice that brought me back." The sessions became routine. Each evening at 1900 hours she would arrive with new transcripts, radio traffic from forgotten operations, navigational coordinates that had guided aircraft safely home, weather advisories read aloud by operators who never knew their words would be used as medicine. Captain Harding, he insisted she call him David after the first week, began to heal. The bandages came off. He graduated from wheelchair to crutches to walking unassisted. But he continued to request the readings, and Dr. Reeves, pleased with the progress, continued to authorize them. Eleanor told herself it was clinical, that her meticulous timekeeping, never arriving early, never staying late, proved her professional boundaries, that the way her voice softened slightly when reading coordinates, the way she'd learned which cadences made him breathe easier, was simply effective technique. But in truth, something had shifted. The signals room no longer felt sufficient. She found herself distracted during her night work, remembering the way David listened, not to her words but to some quality beneath them, some frequency only he could hear. One evening, after she'd finished the day's transcript, he asked, "Do you know what it's like to be lost? Geographically, existentially?" He smiled, and the scar tissue pulled slightly at the corner of his mouth. "To have no memory of who you were, only of being found." Eleanor set the folder aside. "Tell me what you remember." "Sand. So much sand it had its own texture of silence. My radio was dead. I'd been walking for 3 days, maybe 4, rationing water from a single canteen, and then..." He closed his eyes. A voice, coming through static on a frequency that shouldn't have been possible. A woman, reading coordinates. Not to me. She didn't know I was there. But I followed them anyway, because they were the only order in all that chaos. And you found rescue. I found a patrol that had been dispatched to those exact coordinates for a different reason entirely, as if she'd summoned them without knowing. He opened his eyes. "You sound like her. The clarity, the precision. When you read, I can almost..." He didn't finish. Neither did Eleanor. But she understood what he was saying, that her voice had become a bridge to something he couldn't name, and that she had stepped onto it without realizing there was no guardrail. The fog came in thick that October, turning the world beyond the hospital into suggestion rather than certainty. Eleanor's readings gradually deviated from the approved material. She began bringing in more complex transmissions, decoded conversations between pilots, fragmentary distress calls with their resolutions, the terse poetry of emergency coordinates followed by confirmation of rescue. David responded to narrative. She learned this by accident when she read a particularly detailed exchange between a squadron leader and his wingman, conversation that had taken place entirely in code but which she'd translated into its full human meaning. David had wept, quietly, and then apologized. "Don't," she'd said. "It's a reasonable response." To what? To being reminded that you survived when others didn't. After that, she stopped pretending the sessions were rehabilitation. They were something else, a shared country neither of them had intended to enter. He began staying awake at night, he told her, listening to the radio in the patient's lounge, searching for frequencies that resembled what he remembered. She found herself doing the same in the signals room, isolating voice transmissions from the static, wondering if somewhere in that electromagnetic noise was the original, the woman whose voice had become his compass. "Do you want to find her?" Eleanor asked one evening, when the fog was so thick they could barely see the rocks below the window. David was quiet for a long time. "I don't know if she exists. Not as a person. Maybe she was just my mind inventing pattern where there was only noise. That's not how radio works. Isn't it how survival works? The brain creating meaning to prevent collapse?" Eleanor wanted to argue, to insist on the material reality of electromagnetic transmission, the impossibility of hallucinating coordinates that led to actual rescue. But she realized what he was really saying, that he preferred the voice to remain abstraction, rather than risk discovering it belonged to someone he couldn't reach, or someone who wasn't her. The first fissure appeared in December, when David's medical records were updated with recovered documentation from his unit. Someone had tracked down his squadron's operational logs, his mission reports, his service history. Eleanor watched as his amnesia began to retreat, forced back by the advancing army of verifiable facts. He remembered the name of his aircraft, his call sign, the face of his co-pilot who died 3 missions before, David's own crash. Each recovered memory was a small violence, wanted but wounding, and then he remembered her name. Lydia Ashcroft, he said one evening, the words arriving without preamble. Lieutenant, Royal Signal Corps, stationed at a forward communications post in Egypt. She was, his voice caught. She was coordinating search patterns for downed aircraft. That's why she was broadcasting those coordinates. She was trying to find me. Eleanor felt something inside her turn to ice and then shatter. You're certain? I heard someone in the officers' lounge talking about the North Africa Communications Network, and I just knew. Her voice, the way she pronounced coordinates with that slight emphasis on the cardinal directions. It was her. He looked at Eleanor then with something close to desperation. I need to find her, to thank her, to know if she... He didn't finish, but Eleanor understood. To know if she remembers me. I can help, Eleanor heard herself say. I have access to military communications records. If she was broadcasting those coordinates, there will be logs. It took 3 days of careful searching through classified archives she shouldn't have been accessing. But Eleanor found her, Lieutenant Lydia Ashcroft, age 27, currently stationed at a signals installation in Scotland, 600 miles north. When she gave David the information, she watched his face transform, relief and longing, and something that looked like grief compressed into a single expression. He thanked her. He asked if she would help him compose a letter. She agreed, because what else could she do? And in that moment, Eleanor understood with perfect clarity that she had mistaken proximity for intimacy, ritual for relationship. That David had been listening not to her, but through her, waiting for his memory to resolve into the face he actually needed to see. The letter took a week to write. David would dictate fragments, then stop, frustrated by the inadequacy of words. Eleanor would suggest phrasing, her translator's instinct kicking in even as her heart performed its own small death. Dear Lieutenant Ashcroft, the letter began, you do not know me, but your voice brought me home. Eleanor typed each word with mechanical precision, translating his half-formed gratitude into clean, clear English. She told herself she was being helpful, professional, that this was simply another form of decoding, converting raw emotion into transmittable language. But on the 5th evening, as they worked past her usual departure time, David's dictation shifted. I heard your voice before I knew my own name, he said slowly. In the desert, delirious. I thought you were... He paused. I thought you were speaking only to me, as if the coordinates were meant to lead me not to rescue, but to you. Eleanor's hands hovered over the typewriter keys. Should I include that? No. David rubbed his face, the scars pulling against his skin. It sounds insane. She was doing her job. I was one of dozens of missing pilots. She probably doesn't remember my call sign, let alone... He stopped again. Let alone what? The way it felt to be held by nothing but sound. Eleanor typed the sentence before she could stop herself. Then she pulled the paper from the typewriter, crumpled it, threw it away, started over with something safer, more factual, less true. That night, alone in the signals room, she retrieved the crumpled page from the wastepaper basket and smoothed it flat. Read his words again, held by nothing but sound. She understood then what had happened. David hadn't fallen in love with Lieutenant Ashcroft. He'd fallen in love with being saved. And Eleanor, in her nightly readings, had recreated that salvation, offering him the illusion of return without requiring him to leave. It was a mercy. It was also a lie. And Eleanor, who had built her entire identity on accuracy, had been complicit in its telling. The reply from Lieutenant Ashcroft arrived 3 weeks later. A polite professional letter that confirmed she remembered his rescue, expressed relief at his survival, and wished him well in his recovery. There was no poetry in it, no suggestion of anything beyond collegial goodwill. David read it twice, then set it carefully on the table between them. Eleanor waited for disappointment, for grief, for something. Instead, he looked at her and said, "She doesn't know who I am. She remembers your rescue, but not me, not the person who heard her and held on. That person doesn't exist in her memory." He was quiet for a long moment. Maybe he doesn't exist anywhere except here. The air between them felt charged, dangerous. Eleanor should have left, should have gathered her papers and retreated to the safety of the signals room. Instead, she heard herself ask, "Who is he? The person who exists here?" David stood slowly, crossed the small space between them. His hand, still scarred, still uncertain, reached for hers. "Someone who wants to thank you," he said quietly. "Not for reading to me, for letting me hear myself become real again." They kissed, or something like it. A collision more than a convergence, mouths seeking not passion but confirmation. Eleanor felt herself respond, felt her body lean into his even as her mind catalogued all the reasons this was displacement, substitution, a fundamental category error. When they separated, neither spoke. The kiss hung in the air between them like a question neither could answer. That night, Eleanor lay in her narrow bed and understood with terrible clarity David needed someone to love who wasn't the abstraction of Lydia Ashcroft. And she needed to believe that someone could want her, not for her usefulness, but for something more essential, more irreducible. Neither need had anything to do with the other. David was discharged 3 weeks later, cleared for limited duty. He would be returning not to active flight status, but to a training command near London, teaching new pilots the aerial manoeuvres that had once been instinct. The night before his departure, Eleanor found him in the patient's lounge, listening to the radio. Static and fragments of Morse code filled the small room. "Looking for something?" she asked. "Just listening." He turned down the volume. "Eleanor, I need to tell you. Don't." She sat beside him, careful to maintain distance. "You don't owe me explanations. I owe you honesty." He was quiet for a moment. "I don't know what I feel. I know I'm grateful. I know that your voice became the architecture I used to rebuild myself, and I know that's not the same as love." She said the word for him, sparing him the labour of its articulation. "Is it?" He turned to look at her fully. "How would I know the difference?" Eleanor thought of all the transmissions she'd decoded, all the messages reduced to their essential meaning. She thought of the margin between what was said and what was meant, and how her entire profession existed in that gap. "You would know," she said finally, "because love doesn't require translation." They sat in silence as the radio cycled through frequencies, touching briefly on voices speaking languages neither of them understood, Arabic, Russian, Portuguese, French, before sliding back into static. "I wrote to her again," David said finally. "Lieutenant Ashcroft. I told her the truth, that I'd confused gratitude with something else, that I didn't actually want to meet her, because the voice I needed wasn't hers anymore." He paused. "If it ever was." "What did she say?" "She understood. Better than I did, probably. She said something I keep thinking about. We're all just signals travelling through the dark, hoping someone's listening." He smiled slightly. Very romantic for a signals officer. Eleanor felt something loosen in her chest. Not relief exactly, but a kind of resigned recognition. "What happens now?" "I don't know. I go to London. You stay here, listening to the war." He reached for her hand, held it loosely. "But I'll remember this, not as the place I recovered, but as the place where someone taught me that accuracy is a form of care. And you taught me," Eleanor said quietly, "that sometimes accuracy means admitting what you don't know." 6 months after David's departure, Eleanor received a letter. Not from him. He'd written twice, brief notes about training exercises and London in the spring, carefully impersonal, but from Lieutenant Lydia Ashcroft. Dear Miss Henry, Captain Harding wrote to tell me about your work with him during his recovery. I wanted to thank you, not for saving him. We both know I didn't, not really. But for showing him that voices can be more than emergency frequencies. They can be conversation, companionship, the daily static we call connection. I wonder if you know how rare that is. Most of us in this work learn to separate signal from person, message from messenger. You remembered they were always the same thing. If you're ever in Scotland, I'd welcome the chance to meet the woman whose voice replaced mine. Not because I'm jealous, I'm not, but because I'm curious about the person who could teach a lost pilot that being found is different from being home. Eleanor read the letter 3 times, then filed it carefully in her desk drawer. She didn't write back. What would she say? That she'd fallen briefly, impossibly in love with a man who'd been in love with the idea of rescue. That she'd learned love could be accurate and still be wrong. Instead, she returned to her work. But something had shifted. When she decoded transmissions now, she heard not just data, but the voices behind them. The operators sending coordinates into the dark, hoping someone was listening. Hoping not just to be heard, but to be understood. David had been right. We're all signals travelling through space, looking for resonance. And Eleanor had learned, sometimes the most loving thing you can do is decode the message accurately enough to know when it's not meant for you. She continued her work through winter, through spring, through the slow turning of the war toward its conclusion, and every night, when the signals room fell quiet and the oscilloscopes glowed their ghost green glow, she would think of a pilot in the desert, following coordinates toward rescue, and a voice that had said, "I'm here, I'm listening, you're not alone." It hadn't been love, but it had been true. And for Eleanor Henry, who had built her life on the difference between the two, that was enough.